significant challenge. According to the G20, the world needs to mobilize at least 4 to 6 trillion US dollars per year for its transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy. In developing countries, however, less than half of their sustainable investment demand is met, largely due to the lack of capacity in developing policies, products, and projects for sustainable investment. Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, or CASI for short, was launched during COP28 in December 2023 as a global platform to address the knowledge and capacity gap. CASI's mission is to effectively aggregate and distribute sustainable finance and investment-related knowledge worldwide by leveraging resources of our global network of members. We aim to train 100,000 individuals by 2030 with a focus on emerging markets and developing economies. As for contents of CASI's learning programs, we focus on the key building blocks of sustainable finance, including green and sustainable taxonomy, sustainable disclosure, policy incentives, innovative products, ESG ratings, environmental and climate risk management, and green project origination. CASI offers a range of learning programs, including in-person events, monthly seminars, learning programs which will issue certificates, as well as tailor-made capacity building services. CASI was initiated by the Institute of Finance and Sustainability, a Beijing-based nonprofit think tank specialized in green finance, or IFS for short, and now has a membership of more than 50 global institutions from all major continents of the world. Our members represent financial institutions, MDBs, NGOs, associations, universities, and service providers. Our membership is still growing. The precursor to CASI was Global Green Finance Leadership Program, or GFLP, initiated in 2018, which was run by IFS. Over the past more than 5 years, the GFLP has organized and supported over 30 capacity building events, attracting more than 4,500 participants from more than 70 jurisdictions.
My name is Ma Jun. I'm the president of Institute of Finance and Sustainability and former co-chair of G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group.
I'm Mark Franklin, president and CEO of CFA Institute.
I'm Hannah Cao from Silk Road Fund.
I'm Danny Alexander, Vice President for Policy and Strategy at the AIIB.
I'm Kenneth Hui, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority Infrastructure Finance and Facilitation Office.
My name is Marisa Drew, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Standard Chartered Bank.
I'm Jennifer Gomez, Group Head of Sustainability Policy and Partnerships.
It's my great honor to be elected as Chairman of CASI by Steering Committee. I firmly believe that with CASI's strong international network of resources, we can play a key role in enhancing sustainable finance capacity on a global scale, especially for emerging markets and developing economies.
With CASI, we are offering the opportunity for those emerging markets to gain insights from global experts, stay ahead of the trends, and master sustainable financing.
We very much support the capacity building programs organized by CASI. We need to work together to create more bankable green projects.
Capacity building is close to our hearts, and we're happy to join hands with members.
We believe CASI is very important because in the markets that we operate in, oftentimes they are early on their journey in sustainability, and the more that we can do to help educate, all the better for all of us in the sustainability ecosystem.
We know there are major capacity gaps in emerging markets institutions. We're therefore delighted to be supporting the CASI initiative.
Here we finance innovative, inclusive and sustainable projects. The policy and institutional work that CASI do is vital to creating a positive environment for those projects. Welcome to CASI.
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 of learning programs, including in-person events, monthly seminars, learning programs which will issue certificates, as well as tailor-made capacity building services. CASI was initiated by the Institute of Finance and Sustainability, a Beijing-based nonprofit think tank specialized in green finance, or IFS for short, and now has a membership of more than 50 global institutions from all major continents of the world. Our members represent financial institutions, MDBs, NGOs, associations, universities, and service providers. Our membership is still growing. The precursor to CASI was Global Green Finance Leadership Program, or GFLP, initiated in 2018, which was run by IFS. Over the past more than 5 years, the GFLP has organized and supported over 30 capacity building events, attracting more than 4,500 participants from more than 70 jurisdictions.
My name is Ma Jun. I'm the president of Institute of Finance and Sustainability and former co-chair of G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group.
I'm Marg Franklin, president and CEO of CFA Institute.
I'm Hannah Cao from Silk Road Fund.
I'm Danny Alexander, Vice President for Policy and Strategy at the AIIB.
I'm Kenneth Hui, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority Infrastructure Financing Facilitation Office.
My name is Marisa Drew, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Standard Chartered Bank.
I'm Jenny McInnes, Group Head of Sustainability Policy and Partnerships.
It's my great honor to be elected as Chairman of CASI by Steering Committee. I firmly believe that with CASI's strong international network of resources, we can play a key role in enhancing sustainable finance capacity on a global scale, especially for emerging markets and developing economies.
With CASI, we are offering the opportunity for those emerging markets to gain insights from global experts, stay ahead of the trends, and master sustainable financing.
We very much support the capacity building programs organized by CASI. We need to work together to create more bankable green projects.
Capacity building is close to our heart, and we're happy to join hands with members.
We believe CASI is very important because in the markets that we operate in, oftentimes they are early on their journey in sustainability, and the more that we can do to help educate, all the better for all of us in the sustainability ecosystem.
We know there are major capacity gaps in emerging markets institutions. We're therefore delighted to be supporting the CASI initiative.
Here we finance innovative, inclusive and sustainable projects. The policy and institutional work that CASI do is vital to creating a positive environment for those projects. Welcome to CASI.
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 As the world grapples with the urgent need to transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy, financial mobilization remains a significant challenge. According to the G20, the world needs to mobilize at least $4 to $6 trillion per year for its transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy. In developing countries, however, less than half of their sustainable investment demand is met, largely due to the lack of capacity in developing policies, products, and projects for sustainable investment. Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, or CASI for short, was launched during COP28 in December 2023 as a global platform to address the knowledge and capacity gap. The mission is to effectively aggregate and distribute sustainable finance and investment-related knowledge worldwide by leveraging resources of our global network of members. We aim to train 100,000 individuals by 2030 with a focus on emerging markets and developing economies. As for contents of CASI's learning programs, we focus on the key building blocks of sustainable finance, including green and sustainable taxonomy, sustainable disclosure, policy incentives, innovative products, ESG ratings, environmental and climate risk management, and green project origination. CASI offers a range of learning programs, including in-person events, monthly seminars, learning programs which will issue certificates, as well as tailor-made capacity building services. CASI was initiated by the Institute of Finance and Sustainability, a Beijing-based nonprofit think tank specialized in green finance, or IFS for short, and now has a membership of more than 50 global institutions from all major continents of the world. Our members represent financial institutions, MDBs, NGOs, associations, universities, and service providers. Our membership is still growing. The precursor to CASI was Global Green Finance Leadership Program, or GFLP, initiated in 2018, which was run by IFS. Over the past more than 5 years, the GFLP has organized and supported over 30 capacity building events, attracting more than 4,500 participants from more than 70 jurisdictions.
My name is Ma Jun. I'm the president of Institute of Finance and Sustainability and former co-chair of G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group.
I'm Marg Franklin, president and CEO of CFA Institute.
I'm Hannah Cao from Silk Road Fund.
I'm Danny Alexander, Vice President for Policy and Strategy at the AIIB.
I'm Kenneth Hui, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority Infrastructure Financing Facilitation Office.
My name is Marisa Drew, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Standard Chartered Bank.
I'm Jenny McInnes, Group Head of Sustainability Policy and Partnerships.
It's my great honor to be elected as Chairman of CASI by Steering Committee. I firmly believe that with CASI's strong international network of resources, we can play a key role in enhancing sustainable finance capacity on a global scale, especially for emerging markets and developing economies.
With CASI, we are offering the opportunity for those emerging markets to gain insights from global experts, stay ahead of the trends, and master sustainable financing.
We very much support the capacity building programs organized by CASI. We need to work together to create more bankable green projects.
Capacity building is close to our heart, and we're happy to join hands with members.
We believe CASI is very important because in the markets that we operate in, oftentimes they are early on their journey in sustainability, and the more that we can do to help educate, all the better for all of us in the sustainability ecosystem.
We know there are major capacity gaps in emerging markets institutions. We're therefore delighted to be supporting the CASI initiative.
Here we finance innovative, inclusive and sustainable projects. The policy and institutional work that CASI do is vital to creating a positive environment for those projects. Welcome to CASI.
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 Bom dia! Sejam todos bem-vindas e bem-vindos ao evento.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our event today, Financing the Green Transition Towards a Low GHG and Climate Resilient Future. Good morning, everyone here present today and online. I would like to ask you all very kindly to mute your phones. We also have a simultaneous interpretation. You can get your headset, and if you want to share, our hashtag is Kazi Green Transition. My name is Michelle Alcântara. I'm a Black woman journalist, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. So our event is being organized by CASI, the Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, the Institute of Climate and Society, ICS, in partnership with the Institute of Finance and Sustainability, IFS. We would like to promote a platform for collaboration and knowledge with relevant discussions, sharing innovative ideas and innovations for a low GHG and climate resilient future. In next 2 days, we would like to foster cooperation and the exchange of knowledge in climate action. We are going to have very interesting discussions to understand the global panorama of financial sustainable markets and also the opportunities to finance biodiversity in Latin America. Thank you to all the authorities, financial institutions, companies, and civil society to talk about climate resilient and a low GHG future. I would like to thank also our sponsors, JGP, Itaúsa, and ClimateWorks. We would like to ask the representatives of the organizers, Maria Neto, Executive Director of ICS. Could you please come? We have Majun, Chairman of CASI and President of IFS. And also Mr. José Pulgas, Partner and Head of Sustainability of JGP. We would like to hear Maria Neto now. Good morning. I'm going to speak English.
It's going to be in English and Portuguese. For those who don't understand one language or the other, there will be special speakers over there. So for the Institute of Climate and Society, it's really a pleasure to have here some colleagues from China bringing us a lot of wisdom on how such an important economy has been developing sustainable finance and being one of the most actually innovative and one of the first countries in the world to develop this kind of strategy, and have a conversation at the same time on what that means for our region. Of course, in our case in particularly Brazil. Brazil is going through some important moments now. We have a ecological transformation plan. We have for next year and this year, very important role to play worldwide, leading the conversations and negotiations around the G20 and COP30 of UNFCCC. Around this conversation, it is very important to bring what will be the role of financial markets, what will be the role of private sector investors as ways to scale the needed investments for actually addressing climate change. And so Brazil has some momentum We have an opportunity to lead, but we know also that we have a lot to learn. And so we are very proud to have here this opportunity to bring partners to discuss, and I hope really this to be very interactive with all of you. That's why we put you in round tables for a conversation. What can we do and what can we learn in terms of having more ambition for our sustainable finance market to develop? Some challenges and opportunities that are very specific is the green taxonomy that the government is launching, new ways to look at how we can scale up blended finance and unlock investments in a more innovative way, particularly for nature-based solutions, where Brazil has a huge potential. What is needed to, let's say, scale investments also on the kinds of technological leaps that we need to have, particularly with our super important potential on renewable energy and power shoring. And for ICS, we are focusing a lot in trying to make this happen, not only for the traditional, let's say, renewables, but also thinking about green hydrogen, third generation biofuels, and other opportunities for Brazil. But also how on the day-to-day, every financial player, and a lot of you here are from this sector, can play a role also in integrating impacts on our businesses. So I don't want to take more time. I will pass to Dr. Maju to take the floor and then give the floor to Pugas.
Bom dia. Apology for not being able to speak Portuguese except for this word. Madam Maria Nito, Mr. Jose Pugas, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of CASI, I'd like to welcome all of you for attending this CASI's inaugural in-person event in Brazil, titled Financing the Green Transition Towards a Low GHG and Climate Resilient Future. This event, as you know, is co-organized with ICS, and we're so proud that we can gather actually a few hundred people, not only in Zoom, but also online, to attend this event, which will be relevant to the sustainable finance agenda in Brazil, in the region, and also relevant to the global outlook of fighting climate change and preserving nature and environment. I heard that among the participants, we have not only those from Brazil, but also from a few other Latin American countries, including Peru and Mexico, and a lot of speakers from far away, including UK, Europe, China. And really, I think it's a big thanks to all of you for making this effort to join this discussion. Let me take a few moments to introduce CASI. CASI is the full name of CASI is Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment. It's an international platform dedicated to capacity building and knowledge sharing in the area of sustainable finance and investment. And it was officially launched during the COP28, so it was like 3 or 4 months ago. And CASI was initiated by the Beijing-based Institute of Finance Sustainability that I chair. And as of now, we have already 50 members from 5 major continents, and our membership is still growing. And ICS is one of the members in Latin America. The precursor of CASI is the Global Green Finance Leadership Program, which my institute operated for the past 5 years. And in fact, in the past 5 years, we have already organized a training and capacity building events that attracted 4,500 people from 70 jurisdictions. So in a sense, CASI is an upgraded version of this Green Finance Leadership Program. Over the past years, through many of these initiatives, we have witnessed the rapid growth of green sustainable finance around the world. In fact, I think scale, if you measure it in terms of green lending, green loans, has expanded, I think, more than tenfold already last 10 years. But at the same time, we observe faster growth of demand for capacity building and knowledge sharing, especially emerging markets and developing economies. The G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, which I used to co-chair, pointed out that the world needs $4 to $6 trillion per year for financing the transition towards net zero. But in many developing countries, we think less than half of sustainable finance demand is being met, which means that there's a huge financing gap there. A key bottleneck we believe is a lack of local capacity in many different ways in terms of design, implementing the policy framework, such as taxonomy and so on, and the lack of capacity in developing green finance products, and the lack of capacity to originate bankable projects. In fact, a lot of NDB was complaining that we have money, but we cannot find enough bankable green sustainable projects. That's why the G20 is officially calling for strengthened and coordinated efforts for sustainable finance capacity building. And against this backdrop, the IFS has organized a CASI initiative with the aim to mobilize greater resources and serving a bigger audience globally. In fact, we announced that the CASI will aim to serve 100,000 professionals from the world by 2030. This is an ambitious target. The CASI program will be delivered in 4 different ways. The first program is what we call in-person, face-to-face learning, which is like this one. And we're hosting 4 major events this year in person, including this is the first one, and the second one in Hong Kong facing the entire Asia, and the third and fourth one in the second half of this year for Middle East and Africa. And also we're producing e-learning courses, and we're hopeful that in the coming few years, this is, I think, energy saving, right? Right. And the e-learning program will eventually issue certificates after you complete 100 hours of content on the line. And also, we have developed the monthly webinar, which started about 2 months ago, and that's free. So for all of these programs, we'll welcome you and your clients and your friends to attend. CASI is going to provide the information on how to access these learning programs. In the next 2.5 days, for this particular event, we're going to discuss 4 major topics, 6 major topics. Number 1, on sustainable finance market. Number 2, it's a policy framework, which I think is critically important, which will have to include elements such as taxonomy, disclosure, financial products, and policy incentives. And number 3, it's really about instruments. We'll be talking about green loans, green bonds, green insurance, ESG products, carbon markets, and so on. And disclosure, I think we're all moving towards ISSB-based disclosure. Transition finance, which is a new phase of green finance. Previously, we were focusing on the pure green activities, and now we're moving towards really financing the transition of carbon-intensive sectors towards net zero. And also biodiversity, which Maria has mentioned, which is hugely important for this region. I strongly believe that these topics are highly relevant for Brazil and Latin America. And at the end of this event, some of you will be actually going to visit a site to see a real project, to get a feel of how opportunities can arise from sustainable development in the region. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Madam Maria Nito, Director of the ICS, and her team for their great partnership in organizing the contents and the logistics of this event. And also, special thanks goes to JGP, Itausa, and Climate Works Foundation for their support and sponsorship. And additionally, we're honored to have participation from many distinguished leaders from institutions such as Central Bank of Brazil, the Minister of Brazil, Minister of Finance of Brazil, and People's Bank of China, among many others. So let me conclude here by saying a big thanks again to all of you for attending this event. And I think you will find it useful and interesting, and also you'll be making friends. But more importantly, hope you can use the knowledge and ideas you learn from this event to drive your sustainable finance agenda in your organization and your country going forward. Thank you very much.
Bom dia. Good morning. And it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank you all for taking your time and join us on the next days of a lot of conversations, a lot of discussions, and trying to build something new. I was very reflective about what would I say at my opening remarks here, because many of you I know quite well. We've been at the same events for so long. We have been fighting together for so long. So it's like being among friends. And I am among friends, as a matter of fact. But as my friends know very well, you know that I love etymology of words. I love how the words are built. And and I was discussing about nowadays artificial intelligence, natural intelligence, political intelligence. What is intelligence at all? What is just be intelligent? And then I have to go to Latin. Intelligence is interlegere, to select between, to read between. And every generation has an intelligence challenge. Have to choose between two different things. Our generation is facing, and when I talk about generation, we are talking about all the many generations that cohabit this specific time and place. We have to select between what we brought us here and have to be thankful and grateful because we are here because of those choices, and what we have to do from now on. Because those rules, those traditions, those conventions brought us here but can take us further, not in a healthy way. So discussions like that like those we are going to have on the next days, is a reflection about what we were and what we need to be, not just what we want to be. Finance is an essential part of that. When I'm not a new at financial sector, I'm not a newcomer at this sector, but one thing that I understand is that, as Francis Bacon said, money is a good servant but a bad master. The capital is here to serve, not to lead, but it's essential to make the transition happen. And what is to be a financier, what is to be part of the financial sector, then decide that the capital must go one way and not on the other. So yes, we have a huge responsibility. We don't have a huge leadership. We have a huge responsibility as financial sector. So I hope, sincerely hope, that after this discussion, we take a new path, a path that is connected to a much better world, a world that we all deserve, and a world that can connect different cultures, such as Brazilian culture and Chinese culture. A new world that the global South can work together, that can use finance to build bridges, to finance bridges, and not just create competition between different countries and economy. So, my dear friends from China, you are most welcome. I hope that you are feeling at home here because you are the home that we are building together. So thank you, and I hope that the next 3 days should be very intelligent days for all of us. Thank you.
Pronto. Gostaria de convidá-los para uma foto, por favor.
I'd like to invite you to take a group photo.
De novo, por favor.
Once again, please.
Obrigada. Vamos aplaudir mais uma vez a fala de...
Thank you. Once again, let's give a round of applause to the opening words of Ms. Maria Neto, the Executive Director of ICS, Mr. Ma Jun, the Chairman of CASI, President of IFS, and Josep Pugas, Partner and Head of Sustainability of JGP. Now, we will listen to a few keynote speeches, and we'll start with the virtual presence of Isabella Ribeiro Damaso Maia, Head of Sustainability of the Central Bank of Brazil.
Hello? Hello? Can you see me and hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here today and share with you some of the initiatives of the Central Bank of Brazil. But first, I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for putting together this event. And it's for me a great honor to share this inaugural session with such distinguished speakers. So to start, I would like to say that sustainability is not a new issue for the Central Bank of Brazil. In fact, our first regulation related to environmental has been, it's dated to 2008. But as extreme events, climate events has become more frequent, this relevance of this agenda has increased over time. And as policymakers and regulators, we have to better assess the impacts of climate events on macroeconomic variables and also in the soundness of the financial system. So in 2020, the Central Bank of Brazil has what we call Agenda BC Hash, which is the strategic work agenda of the Central Bank. So in 2020, we decided to include in this agenda a pillar dedicated to sustainability. This is not it's a dynamic agenda. It's quite comprehensive, but it changes over time as new issues are developed and new ones come in. So with the main goals of the central bank with this agenda is to promote sustainable finance. So after all, we expect that this will drive more resources to sustainable projects and collaborate for achieving zero emission economy, right? Also to have an adequate measurement of social, environmental, and climate risk. So we expect to have a resilience financial system and also to contribute for the international discussions about sustainability and show how the central bank is committed to sustainability with its own operations. So these are some of the goals that we have with this sustainability agenda that today have initiatives in regulation, initiatives related to supervision, to policy, and also our internal measures. So I will just mention some of these initiatives that we have. Starting with regulation, the Central Bank of Brazil have been including social and climate environmental issues into the prudential regulations since 2014. But more recently, we have increased or developed and adapted this regulation to what is the international alignment, the consensus internationally discussing. So we have included this in the central bank was one of the first institutions to make it mandatory for financial institutions to disclose risks related to social, environmental, and climate in this annual disclosure. So it's adapted to the TCFD recommendations, but it goes beyond TCFD as it includes, besides climate, also social and environmental issues. Also, we request the financial institutions to disclose about that responsibility policy on social, climate, and environment. So this is more related to how the financial institutions carry that basic day-to-day operations, and also the relationship of the financial institutions with its main stakeholders. So that the central bank is committed with this demand to the financial sector to include ESG risk into the supervision process of the bank. And furthermore, we have also published in our financial stability report some initial exercises on sensitivity analysis of the financial system to some climate stress scenarios. We use it for the moment already 2 different scenarios. First one related to extreme drought, and the other one to intense rains. And these, the methodologies and the results of these exercises are published on the Financial Stability Report from 2022 and 2023. With that initiatives, you can see how proactive the central bank has been in this regard. Also, another important initiative has been related to the Sustainable Credit Bureau. The Central Bank of Brazil is responsible for the monitoring and of the rural credit here in Brazil. And so what we have done was to integrate different databases of the government with the idea of strengthening the compliance of the loans that are provided for producers on the credit issues. So to guarantee that these producers, they are compliant with the existing environmental and social laws in Brazil. So also with this initiative, we have, it was also integrated to the open finance idea, so they can disclose this information, and we understand that with that they can access more credit in this regard. Research is also a very important aspect of our agenda, and so we are making a lot of effort on studying how climate events impact macroeconomic variables and also the soundness of the financial system. Also, we have some internal measures. So the idea is to show how the central bank is committed also as an institution implementing sustainability initiatives in our own operations. So there is a lot of initiatives. This is just some examples. Also related to technology, we have a lot of effort on the CBDC. So the DRAX is the Central Bank of Brazil CBDC. And we understand that with this new product, this will bring opportunity for the development of a new instrument, financial instruments that support the sustainability agenda. So the central bank is studying and also promoting initiatives that integrate innovative technologies with sustainable financial instruments. As I mentioned, these are just some examples of initiatives and actions, concrete actions of the Central Bank of Brazil, but we have all of these, of the actions of the bank and measures of the bank concentrated in our sustainable report. It's an annual report and it's available online on the internet, the website of the Central Bank of Brazil. Fortunately, the central bank is not alone in this journey. It's not also the G20 has sustainability as a strategic priority, and the central bank has gained together in a network for greening the financial system, which is called the NGFS. So the NGFS, we work together, we get together, we work together, and the idea is so we can deliver, we can speed the greening of the financial system worldwide. It started back in 2017 with 8 central banks, and today it has more than 120 central banks. The Central Bank of Brazil has joined this network back in 2020, and we have been part of the steering committee since 2022, this year in the role of the G20 presidency. And the G20, the NGFS carry a lot of different work stream and task force related to subjects or issues of the central bank's agenda and supervision agenda. And it has a specific work stream dedicated to capacity building and training, because we see that this is a very relevant, is a crucial element for the development also of sustainability. So, and the Central Bank of Brazil has been collaborating in most or almost every study, every work stream of the NGFS. And besides the NGFS, we work together with the countries of the BRICS, on the G20, SENLA, ASPA, and many other international organizations, promoting the exchange of experiencing, discussing together, working together in order to collaborate for in this international effort to a lower emission economy and planet. So with that, I conclude my address. And thank you very much for this opportunity and reaffirm our commitment to this sustainability agenda. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Isabela. Também, com uma presença virtual, ouviremos agora Wang Xin, diretor-geral de pesquisa do Banco Popular da China.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning. Okay, morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for inviting me to join this event. I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on the inaugural capacity building event of CASI. It's a pity that I cannot join you in person, as I have to stay in Brasilia for the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, SFWG meetings. Now I'm working closely with colleagues from Central Bank of Brazil and the Ministry of Finance. Now there's a SFWG meeting going on. You know, Dr. Ma Jun was my predecessor at the SFWG. So you can imagine I have big shoes to fill. I have to stay in Brasilia to work hard. The establishment of CASI marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to advance sustainable finance. This initiative reflects our shared visions of fostering inclusive and sustainable economic growth that leaves no one behind. We look forward to strengthening exchanges and cooperations with CASI and its members, ICS, and many other important agencies and platforms. Taking this opportunity, I would like to share with you a few thoughts on the promotion of development of sustainable finance, including capital market instruments, by the People's Bank of China, China's central bank, and our efforts in sustainable finance capacity building. First, we are strengthening policy guidance. In 2016, the PBOC took the lead in issuing the guidelines to build a green financial system, laying the foundation for China's green finance framework. Now we are formulating guidance on financial support for green and low carbon transition, further improving the overall design of the sustainable financial system. Second, we are establishing a sound sustainable finance standard system. Very recently, we have played a supportive role in revising and releasing the catalog of industries for green development and low carbon transformation. That is the 2024, the latest edition. This endeavor has laid the groundwork for enabling more targeted support to activities associated with low carbon transition. We are also developing national transition finance standards for key industries, including steel, construction materials, agriculture, power, etc. We very much encourage and support the localities to formulate local standards on transition finance based on their industrial context. These efforts are creating favorable conditions for the development of diverse transition finance products. To enhance comparability of different standards and facilitate cross-border sustainable investments, we have encouraged the development and adoption of the Sino-EU Common Ground Taxonomy, CGT, on sustainable finance. Based on the CGT, financial institutions are developing innovative products such as CGT-labeled loans, green panda bonds, green funds, etc. By the end of 2023, a total of 268 green bonds issued in the interbank market has been relabeled with CGT, amounting to almost 300 billion yuan. Third, we are promoting sustainability disclosure. We have issued the guidelines for environmental information disclosure by financial institutions to steer financial entities, bond issuers, and listed companies towards broadening their information disclosure scope and enhancing its quality. We have initiated pilot programs for implementations of ISSB standards and of sustainability disclosure by SME. For example, through greening supply chains. Fourth, we are promoting the innovations of sustainable finance products. By the end of 2023, the outstanding volume of green loans in China exceeded 30 trillion RMB, and that of green, sustainable, and sustainability-linked bonds in China onshore market amounted to approximately 2 trillion RMB. Financial institutions are also encouraged to conduct securitizations of green loans so that a total amount of capital market instruments eligible for sustainable investments could be substantially increased. Fifth, policy incentives are enhanced. We integrate the financial institutions' holdings of green assets and underwriting of green financial products into the assessments of their sustainable finance performance. Additionally, we are refining the comprehensive evaluation framework for financial institutions on sustainable finance, with pilot evaluations underway across hundreds of banks nationwide. While advancing sustainable finance, the PBOC also attached great importance to the capacity building. In this regard, we would like to highlight 4 points. First, it is an effective approach for capacity building to align international cooperation with sustainable development in China. PBOC has actively participated in international cooperation via both multilateral platforms such as the G20, the NGFS, and the IPSF, and bilateral cooperations with the US, Europe, UK, and Singapore, among others. The focus is to align the international experiences with China's context and learn from international experiences to enhance the capacities of our market entities. For instance, the G20 SWG focused on impact investing in 2023, including the issuance and investments of social impact bonds. We organized in-depth research and promoted the use of these financial instruments in various regions and submitted case studies to the SWG. Second, There has been a strong focus on capacity building in the green finance pilot zones through learning by doing. Throughout the various stages of application, constructions, and evaluation of the pilot zones, the PBOC, the leading department responsible for the green finance reform and innovation, promotes talent cultivation, development, and use of sustainable finance instruments, exchange of experiences, and international cooperation. Capacity building and sustainable finance developments in pilot zones are mutually reinforcing. An input paper on capacity building and sustainable finance development in the pilot zones was shared in the SFWG. Brazil, as the G20 presidency this year, attaches great importance to sustainable finance. The G20's SFWG will continue to promote the Technical Assistance Action Plan endorsed by the G20 leaders last year. The event today in São Paulo plays an important role in promoting international capacity building for sustainable finance. We will strengthen cooperation with international platforms and institutions such as CASI, bilaterally and multilaterally, continuously enhance capacity building for sustainable finance, jointly promote sustainable finance developments, and contribute to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I wish the CASI inaugural event in São Paulo a great success. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Wang, por sua participação.
Thank you very much for your participation. We would like to continue and want to call Matias Rebelo Cardomino. He is General Coordinator of Social and Environmental Impact Analysis of the Brazilian Ministry of Finance.
Bom dia. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning? Okay. I'll also adopt the English version. Well, first of all, I want to thanks a lot for CASI, X, and all JGP, Itaúsa, and the Climate Works for organizing this, and especially for CASI to choose Brazil as the inaugural country for your capacity building worldwide journey. This means a lot for us and means a lot for the Ministry of Finance. I am here representing Guilherme Melo and Cristina Reis. Guilherme Melo is currently the Secretary for Economic Policy in the Ministry of Finance, and Cristina Reis is the Undersecretary for Sustainable Development. This area, which I belong to, the Sustainable Development one, it's a new area specially created in this government for the first time during the whole existence of the Ministry of Finance, trying to point out the major importance that this government gives to the sustainable agenda, especially in the economic front. I didn't write a speech. Thanks God, Isabella made such a complete resume of everything that it's going through the banking system. And I was thinking while I was coming here morning this day, what was the main message, and one of the movies that were available in the airplane that I took was one about Frederick Douglass. I don't know how many of you guys know Frederick Douglass. He was an abolitionist in the US. And I was thinking how this could be a nice thing to engage, because here in Brazil, I don't know if you guys from CASI know, we have a very knowledgeable expression, which is the laws that don't catch, the laws that were made only to the English sea. This expression came from 1831, when Brazil approved the first law prohibiting the import of slaves here in Brazil. That law didn't came into force for at least 30 years when we had to approve another law in 1850 to state exactly the same thing. That law was dealing with some aspect that was fundamental to the building of Brazilian economy, which was the role of slavery, and which was one of the main sources of resources for the beginning of our banking system, mainly the Banco do Brasil, which is now going through many researchers on the ESG agenda to identify how slavery is related to finance, how slavery is in the basis of how finance began. And I was thinking about this expression when Ma Jun told me that the first taxonomy China launched was actually a document the central bank launched on its website saying, these are the main directives for us as a sustainable investment. And it wasn't a regulation, it wasn't a law, it was a first initial publication. And Ma Jun told me that the banks and the financial sector took that immediately as the guiding principles for all the instruments. And I was comparing those kind of stuff, the law that doesn't catch, and these kind of approaches to publications and studies in China. And I think this throws some light on main challenges that we have to think not only about capacity building, but also about aspirational building to try to figure out how we can intricate, how we can build values in the financial sector and the whole economic system that can foster this agenda that we are all into too. Brazil has a global role to talk about sustainability. We proposed global governance in Rio de Janeiro in 1992 when the COPs began. And 20 years later in the COP Rio+20, which also happened in Brazil, we launched the basis to what would be the SDG goals. And those are the kind of principles that I think are very aligned to the idea that guides what comes to us, at least in the West, of the common prosperity, that it's the philosophy how to develop in China. I don't know if Google translated correctly, but the Gongtong Fu Yui. And I was thinking how this can bring us together in this building of a new kind of globalization. And not by chance, this was the motive our minister, Fernando Haddad, used to launch the ecological transformation plan at the same time that you guys launched CASI at the COP28. The ecological transformation plan, it's a joint of instruments, mainly. It's not a book. It's not a long text saying everything that must happen. It's mostly what we envision as a new principle to guide development, to understand, for instance, globalization. And that was the motive that Haddad used, saying about the history of Latin America of exploitation of natural resources and exploitation of the labor force. And this is the kind of principles that we want to build on all those instruments to envision this new finance. The three main axes that the ecological transformation plan is built upon is enhancing productivity and leveraging income, which is something crucial for all the underdeveloped countries. Majun and the CASI fellows were saying about the necessity of resources that we need to make the transition. In Brazil, we have estimates that we need something near 3.6% of GDP yearly to make our transition. If we account for the investments that are available for the public sector, for the national government to make freely, that accounts only to 0.6% of our GDP. It is, if we used every investment that we have available only to make the transition, it wouldn't come to 1/6 of our needs. And that makes explicit the central role that we have to coordinate public interest, public vision, and the private sector. The second principle that orientates the ecological transformation plan is climate and environmental justice. And this is to think not only about the idea of having the transition, but also to make it viable in a just manner. We know that the just transition idea comes from the union movement from the US, but it's actually very connected intrinsically to the sustainable idea that Brazil has proposed historically to bring together climate, environment, economic, and social aspects. And the third principle, at last, is to reduce bridges, gaps, and inequalities in all its instances. We now have certainly the idea that inequality expresses itself through various ways, and it is necessary to make this clear and to tackle it. So, those are all the principles that are guiding the ecological transformation plan, that it will come and it is being implemented through several instruments. So in the tax reform, we have environmental criteria. We have launched for the first time the sovereign sustainable bonds, which I need to say, all the framework was mostly already done when the new government arrived. It was missing the political intention to make it go out. And now we have made this initial issuance of $2 billion, which will be used to the climate fund and to finance the transition. We have launched the hedge for currency protection to also foster investments, and we are working on the Brazilian sustainable taxonomy, also trying to bring the bridges from the social aspects that we have very interesting instances here in the region in Latin America, but we are trying to move further. For instance, Mexico has proposed a gender equality gap, and we are proposing to also look for racial inequalities. So these are a joint of some of the instruments. There are many others, but I think this gives a glimpse on how the Ministry of Finance is looking to the subject. Once again, I would like to thank a lot for CASI, IX, and all the organizers. Thanks.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Matias. Ouviremos agora, por favor, convidamos ao
Thank you
palco.
very much, Mr. Matias. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Carlos Andre, the president of the Brazilian Association of the Financial and Capital Markets, Ambima.
Bom dia a todos. Obrigado pelo convite.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I'll speak Portuguese since most of the audience is from Brazil and we have simultaneous translation. It's a huge pleasure to be here on behalf of BIMA. I want to thank CASI, IFS, ICS, which has been a long-time partner around sustainable finances. The colleagues that preceded me made it clear that climate issues are a reality, and we can all feel that every day, especially during this period of extreme temperatures that we've been experiencing in Brazil. To avoid even more serious consequences in the future, it requires a transformation that will probably impact each and every sector of our economy, from energy generation, food production, the industry as a whole, construction, and consumption. A change that big obviously requires significant investment in technologies, green infrastructure, energy efficiency, restoring ecosystems, and adapting ourselves to the impacts that are probably still to happen. Just to give you an idea, the World Economic Forum estimates that this will require investments of $3.5 trillion per year up until 2025. We note that this path of transition towards a low carbon, climate resilient economy is not simple, but there's no turning back. And for the sheer magnitude of investments that are required, obviously the capital market has a huge role to play. It needs to make funding available to all of these projects, and that will require a huge capacity from all society and all market stakeholders to engage resources in the most efficient way we can. In Brazil, we have what we consider to be a robust and consolidated market with the capacity to offer a huge array of competitive, innovative financial instruments that are highly adequate to the profiles of both issuers and investors, both domestic and international. But there's still a lot to do. We have a lot to evolve in this agenda of strengthening sustainability and ESG. The understanding of the Brazilian capital market is still quite heterogeneous when it comes to that in terms of engagement and literacy. I can say that because at Ambima, we've had the third edition of our survey about sustainability, and the survey showed that market stakeholders in Brazil are at different levels of maturity, ranging from those that do not yet acknowledge their own importance to those that have added ESG to the core of their own business. The good news that was brought by the survey is that the numbers show that we are in a trajectory of evolution, and almost all of the participating institutions state that sustainability is becoming increasingly relevant and will become even more relevant in the future. On the other hand, 72% of investment fund managers in Brazil ended up categorizing themselves among the profiles that are of lower maturity because of either not seeing value to the subject or because they know about the subject, but they have not yet implemented any concrete actions in their ESG routines. And this scenario highlights the importance of entities like Ambima in raising awareness among the market stakeholders and market professionals so that they can fully play their own roles in this extremely important agenda. You can add to that issues related to taxonomy, transparency, and the publication of information, enhancing the risk measurement models, and obviously the capacity to identify the best market capacities so that the market can engage around this agenda. As MBIMA, which represents a variety of institutions in the market, we recognize our fundamental role in the development of initiatives to overcome these gaps. Among them, among our strategic planning actions, sustainability was considered a structuring pillar among all of MBIMA's actions. Additionally, we included sustainability in the certification tests of every professional in the market. Sustainability was added to all of our certificates. We also launched the ESG Bond Offers Guide, which contains the best options for fixed income bonds related to sustainable finance. We also published a self-regulation to identify sustainable funds that integrates ESG criteria. And we also offer guidebooks that provide guidance to fund managers in implementing these rules. We know that funding this energy transition is complex and multidimensional, and therefore it requires the participation and coordination of several agents. Another very important initiative at MBIMA was the creation of the MBIMA Sustainability Network at the end of 2023. It's a plural forum with the participation of several agents, not only from the market, but from society as a whole, and therefore representing several different perspectives to discuss and bring insight about these aspects. We then engaged several stakeholders with the goal of advancing with the standards and tools for the dissemination of knowledge that allow us to overcome challenges and advance in this agenda of sustainable finance. In spite of everything we've done, even more important than any of these initiatives is that our capital market grows. To give you an idea of figures, the investment fund industry in Brazil hit 8.6 trillion reais recently. These numbers are quite impressive, you might think, but if you consider the participation of stock funds, the stock funds only represent 7% of the funds industry. Of course, with high interest rates, the funds are usually not allocated to stocks, but it's important to talk about the capital market and sustainability, but it's equally important that the capital market is strong and healthy. Without a stock market that is relevant, we unfortunately will keep on talking about a niche market with the allocation of resources that will continue to be low, at least in absolute figures. I mentioned the funds that are integrating ESG practices in their management. Out of these 8.6 trillion reais in the investment industry, only 12.2 billion are allocated to these two category of funds that I just mentioned. That's less than 0.15% of the total amount of funds invested in Brazil. Just to give you a relative perspective of the challenges we're talking about, there's no capital market agenda that's sustainable without a developed capital market. So I would like to draw your attention to this subject that's at the core of MBIMA's routines and also at the core of the routines of several other agencies in Brazil. At the end of the day, our goal is to operate as an association and as a catalyst agent for a capital market that's more sustainable and that can meet the demands and expectations of society and agents, and also contribute to fulfilling the climate goals that we always talk about. I'd like to invite you to join us on this journey with us that will undoubtedly bring about benefits, not only to the capital market, but to the entire society and economy. I'm sure that we'll have many fruitful discussions in the next 2 days. They'll be extremely enriching and give us insights to allow us to keep on in this trajectory of success. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Carlos. Convidamos ao palco
Thank you,
Fábio
Carlos. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Fabio Coelho, the president of the Association of Investors in the Capital Market, AMAC.
I am really delighted here today. And I see so many friends here in the audience. It's great to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation for this conversation. And I believe I'm not used to making personal speeches anymore. And 10 years ago, I was a chief of staff in the Central Bank of Brazil, and I was really used to prepare speeches for the deputy governor that by chance is here today. I would like to thank my dear colleague, Feltrin. And well, good morning, bom dia. And considering the efforts, and I'm going to start by this, considering the efforts in terms of international agreements, the scales of the challenges, and the numbers of players involved, decarbonization or the transition to a low-carbon economy is the defining challenge of the 21st century. Many of you may have heard this before. And it never hurts, as Carlos André did, to remember how financial markets are so important in this challenge. And just to bring some figure here about the Brazilian industry, when we take into account the pension fund industry that represents something like 13% of our GDP, if we take the insurance market into account, it also represents something like 14 to 15% of GDP. The mutual funds, as Carlos André mentioned, 8.5 trillion of reais, 1.7 trillion of dollars, something around more than 80, almost 90% of our GDP. We have a huge dimension of the role that financial markets play. And Mr. Pugas remember us about the responsibility of the financial sector to this transition. When I was drafting these notes for today, I remember in early 2019, I was at my final days of the leading the pension regulator as the chairman, and I had been working there for almost 6 to 7 years. And the UK government organized an event here in Brazil entitled Sustainable Finance Conference. So the opening remarks of the ambassador and the Lord Mayor of the City of London visiting Brazil for the first time. And I was invited to share some thoughts about the transition, the famous transition. And in that event in 2019, I highlighted that the transition to a green finance would demand a coordinated effort to address regulatory incentives, reporting standardization, innovation towards new technologies, and most important, cultural change for companies and for investors. The year was 2019, almost yesterday. So fast forwarding to 2024, what's the big picture today? Number one, we saw many regulators across the world to create new rules and incentives, pushing companies to increase disclosure of non-financial data. The Brazilian Securities Commission did a great job with LAB initiative, which Maria Neto and Nathalie made great efforts to put it march on. And so we do have regulations active on. Of course, regulations, they are not perfect. Many of them are voluntary, but okay, we have created some momentum regarding the role of regulators. Number two, standard setters made a great effort to make a more unified approach for non-financial data disclosure. ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board, following the work of TCFD, put in place the first two documents, S1 and S2, so we have good momentum also in the standardization of the disclosure. Number three, we do have new technologies being used in a small and medium scale regarding new energy sources like hydrogen. Second, and Maria Neto mentioned, third-generated biofuels. And so we have several projects in operation for tracking and monitoring the supply chain, nature-based solution for agriculture here in Brazil. And number four, but how about the speed of cultural change that we have here in the country? We see, of course, some progress on that, but not at the necessary speed, not at the necessary pace to make the transition. How to change this outlook? How complex the challenges are for investors and company? If we take the same past 5 years into perspective, in early 2020, the world turned upside down, as we know, but not only with the pandemic, but also with a timely and lively discussion about the purpose of companies, shareholders, stakeholders, what should the companies pursue. And after that, we saw the Paris Agreement coming back to life. And after that, we were discussing the national determined contributions for many countries. That was the spotlight. And suddenly, many discussions at AMEC turned on how investors would incorporate ESG risks into their decision in their portfolios making. And then the discussions came back to how investors will deal with the so-called temperature of their portfolios in terms of how companies were aligned to the Paris Agreement. And after that, the discussions came back to the transitional risks assessments, investors pushing companies to report non-financial data. And then we came with the discussions of new sources of energy, biofuels, many of these discussions of nature-based solution, science-based targets, and et cetera, and so on and so forth. So what's my point here, and I conclude? The sustainability, and especially the climate agenda, is not for amateurs anymore. It's so complex. It demands a strategy for companies, strategy for investors. It demands coordination. It demands capacity building. We should keep in mind that not all investors, they are the same. We have a lot of heterogeneity in terms of strategy, their approach to investments, asset classes, and the time horizon of their portfolios, and etc. So I believe, and I am pretty sure about it, we have a lot to learn. There is a lot of knowledge to be shared, and institutions play a very important role to foster these transitions, as Mr. Majun mentioned in the beginning of this conversation. And we do believe that these coordinations coming from the private sector, the public sector, the Ministry of Finance is leading this way in the government. We believe that it's going to be easier for us to put all these joint forces together to make this strategy to these low-carbon transitions almost that we need in the country. Thank you so much for your patience.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Fábio, por sua participação. Bom, em instantes...
Thank you very much, Mr. Coelho. We'll have a break for coffee momentarily, but before that, we'd like to take a group photo, and for that, we're going to prepare the stage. team's going to help us. So we'd like to invite you all to join us on stage for a group photo. So let's get ready and touch up our makeup, our hair for this family photo.
Por favor, sintam-se convidados e convidadas a subir ao
So
palco.
please join us on stage. It's going to be a photo with all of the speakers, panelists, guests as well.
Queiram se acomodar, por favor. Por isso, um palco grande, assim cabe todo mundo.
It's
Please come to the
a big stage for a reason.
Uma grande foto família, com registro de todos os participantes.
It's going to be a family photo of all of us at this event that funds green transition towards a low GHG and climate resilient future.
Tem um pouquinho mais de espaço aqui do lado esquerdo. Olha só, quem puder vir para o lado
A little
esquerdo.
bit more room on the left-hand side.
A Ana aqui na frente está organizando.
So Anna's helping us organize this. Please come to the stage. There's a ramp right here, if you prefer.
Através da rampa o acesso fica mais fácil. E assim nós faremos uma foto família, um
So
registro.
we'll take a family photo.
Registrando esse momento tão importante, que é o evento financeiro.
Of this extremely important event, financing the green transition towards a low GHG and climate resilient future.
Uma primeira fila aqui. O pessoal que está no fundo, podem, por favor,
We have
vir
the
aqui.
first row here, and if you're in the back, you may move towards the middle. Our photographers at the top. Let's make sure that everybody looks great on the photo.
Tá todo mundo na foto. O fotógrafo está aqui em cima.
Everybody in. Our photographer is here upstairs at the mezzanine.
Pronto. Sim. Ok. Agora sim. Mais uma.
We're ready. One more.
Espera aí só um pouquinho, nossa amiga vai se acomodar aqui, assim ela vai aparecer.
1 minute, please. Let's wait for our friend.
Mais uma para garantir.
One more.
E agora sim, muito obrigada. Mais uma, mais uma. Agora sim pode ser até com aplauso, poxa.
Last one.
Ah, agora não tem risco de não. Muito obrigada.
That's great. You all look great. Thank you. So now we're going to have a short break and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Teremos a realização do primeiro painel dessa manhã.
In 15 minutes, we'll start our first session. See you soon.
Nós teremos agora o primeiro painel.
Let's get back to our event. We're going to have our first panel. I know it's very important to have a coffee break, but we would like to continue our event.
Queiram, por favor, retomar seus lugares. Nós teremos.
Would you please come back? 1:30, we're going to have a lunch break. So this would be another opportunity to discuss, to talk.
Obrigada, Maria. Por favor. Uma foto profissional não é todo dia. Obrigada. Por favor, o café vai ficar.
So please, could you please come back? We're going to have coffee here. And we're going to have a lunch break also. You can talk in the lunch break. So could you please come back? So we're going to have our first panel this morning. The first session. We have a moderator here waiting for us.
Lembrando que ao meio-dia nós teremos uma pausa para o almoço.
12 o'clock, we're going to have the lunch break. And in the afternoon, we're going to have another coffee break. So you're going to have plenty of time for your exchange. We would like to start now with session 1 in this capacity building event. Before we start, I would like to invite you to join us and watch this video.
As the world grapples with the urgent need to transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy, financial mobilization remains a significant challenge. According to the G20, the world needs to mobilize at least 4 to 6 trillion US dollars per year for its transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy. In developing countries, however, less than half of their sustainable investment demand is met, largely due to the lack of capacity in developing policies, products, and projects for sustainable investment. Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, or CASI for short, was launched during COP28 in December 2023 as a global platform to address the knowledge and capacity gap. CASI's mission is to effectively aggregate and distribute sustainable finance and investment-related knowledge worldwide by leveraging resources of our global network of members. We aim to train 100,000 individuals by 2030 with a focus on emerging markets and developing economies. As for contents of CASI's learning programs, we focus on the key building blocks of sustainable finance, including green and sustainable taxonomy, sustainable disclosure, policy incentives, innovative products, ESG ratings, environmental and climate risk management, and green project origination. CASI offers a range of learning programs, including in-person events, monthly seminars, learning programs which will issue certificates, as well as tailor-made capacity building services. CASI was initiated by the Institute of Finance and Sustainability, a Beijing-based nonprofit think tank specialized in green finance, or IFS for short, and now has a membership of more than 50 global institutions from all major continents of the world. Our members represent financial institutions, MDBs, NGOs, associations, universities, and service providers. Our membership is still growing. The precursor to CASI was Global Green Finance Leadership Program, or GFLP, initiated in 2018, which was run by IFS. Over the past more than 5 years, the GFLP has organized and supported over 30 capacity building events, attracting more than 4,500 participants from more than 70 jurisdictions.
My name is Ma Jun. I'm the president of Institute of Finance and Sustainability and former co-chair of G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group.
I'm Marg Franklin, president and CEO of CFA Institute.
I'm Hannah Cao from Silk Road Fund.
I'm Danny Alexander, Vice President for Policy and Strategy at the AIIB.
I'm Kenneth Hui, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority Infrastructure Financing Facilitation Office.
My name is Marisa Drew, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Standard Chartered Bank.
I'm Jenny McInnes, Group Head of Sustainability Policy and Partnerships.
It's my great honor to be elected as Chairman of CASI by Steering Committee. I firmly believe that with CASI's strong international network of resources, we can play a key role in enhancing sustainable finance capacity on a global scale, especially for emerging markets and developing economies.
With CASI, we are offering the opportunity for those emerging markets to gain insights from global experts, stay ahead of the trends, and master sustainable financing.
We very much support the capacity building programs organized by CASI. We need to work together to create more bankable green projects.
Capacity building is close to our hearts, and we're happy to join hands with members.
We believe CASI is very important because in the markets that we operate in, oftentimes they are early on their journey in sustainability, and the more that we can do to help educate, all the better for all of us in the sustainability ecosystem.
We know there are major capacity gaps in emerging markets institutions. We're therefore delighted to be supporting the CASI initiative.
Here we finance innovative, inclusive and sustainable projects. The policy and institutional work that CASI do is vital to creating a positive environment for those projects. Welcome to CASI.
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 Agora daremos início ao primeiro painel deste evento.
To start with our first session in this capacity building event, Global Sustainable Finance Markets, we are going to discuss the development of markets in global and domestic level and the future of sustainable finances. We would like to call the moderator Maria Neto. She is Executive Director of ICS, Climate Society Institute, and our panelists, Marcelo Billy, Head of ESG from NBIMA. Welcome, Nicholas Pfaff, Deputy Chief Executive and Head of Sustainable Finance of ICMA.
Online, perdão.
Oh, he's online, I'm sorry. Gustavo Pimentel, he is partner and CEO of NINT, and Paula Peirão, Associate Regional Coordinator for Latin America and Caribbean from UNEP FI. And I would like to give the floor now to Maria Neto. Thank you, thank you. This is a panel. I'm not sure if Nicolas is hearing us, so I'm starting in Portuguese because we are mostly Brazilians here, but it's a very serious panel with a lot of experience. So we would like to use this space to talk about the tendency of sustainable finances, and then we start with the discussion in a very general way. In the next panels will be more details. But when we talk about the opening, I think there are some interesting aspects. On one hand, we have global tendencies in emergencies, climate urgencies, opportunities for transformation, for transition, for the transition to a green economy. We have a very deep discussion about the economic model for a green development versus economy model that won't have a very good result. We discuss goals. We have many financial systems. We are going to add the goals, Paris agreements. And on the other hand, we see very important movements on the finance systems. Fabio showed us also what's happening in Brazil. We are in a very good moment. We have a quite sophisticated market for many of us over here. Some years ago, we talked about lab. Years ago, we just started this discussion to integrate risk to ESG, now physical risk of climate change. But of course, this was a long way and many difficulties. On the other hand, I think we have still a way to go because to get to the transition, and here we are talking about Latin America. I saw all of COFIT and other people of our region. We have an advantage in Latin America in general, and especially in Brazil. We have a very good advantage, and we want to transform this in a competitive advantage. And we need more than just law and to align financial systems. I think it's very important to say, well, we have not so many long-term funds. We need to see the role of the financial system to drive this development. And I would like to understand in this talk, how do you see financial innovation? What do we need to do to leverage private capital, and how we can see this opportunity? I would like just to have an opening. I would like to suggest Paula could start because she can give us a general perspective of UNEP FI. This is a global leader. Then perhaps we can listen to Nicholas, ICMA, how is the situation of the bonds market, and perhaps Gustavo can talk about regional aspects, and then Marcelo to translate this to Brazilian terms. Yeah, how long can I speak? Let's start with 5 minutes for each, and then we can answer more questions. Yes, first of all, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to CASI, FIES, and ICS. The UNEP FI is a branch of UNEP, and we worked the last 31 years to help the financial sector to do this alignment with a sustainable development. So in the last years, we had a lot of initiatives from PRI, PSI, PRP, the most important principles of bank responsibilities and the banking alliance and all the net zero alliances. And we work a lot with G funds to help financial institutions in this group. But about your question, where are we and where do we go? I think we advanced a lot. So the first most important focus. So the financial flow for sustainable development needs a realignment and reorganization of capital, and this will make a transition necessary. For this, we need a lot of actors. Some of them are here today. We have the enablers. They will create an environment on the years. We heard a lot in the keynote speeches, NGFS, TSD. We have a huge global development of taxonomies, and this will help us to realign the money flows, and this happened also here in Brazil. And then these are the enabling conditions. I don't want to detail this because we're going to talk about this in the afternoon. But so I would like to focus on our sponsors. We are here all guys helping. But I would like to talk about the financial sector. As we heard, we need $4 to $6 trillion every year to do this transition. And to show you some figures, if you look the global for sustainable finance market, for example, green bonds, sustainable bonds. So our colleague is going to talk a little bit more about this. In the end of 2023, we reached $3 trillion. That's really a good amount, but still way below what we need to get to this transition. So if we look at the figures, we know that we have more than 60% in green bonds, about 16% social bonds, then 4% SLB, and in the end, the transition bonds, they are starting to come now. And if we look at the global markets, we have the most important supranational, then we have US, France, and China, the third country. And between the emerging countries, we have Korea and Chile. And that's very interesting because Chile has a very important role in sovereign bonds, and Brazil is starting also on this journey. And this is the global market. But now let's look at the climate finance. I saw people from CPI, but CPI shows us a very important figures. They do the annual climate finance report, and we reached $1 trillion climate finance. But this is also, it's not only commercial, but also public finance. But according to CPIs, we need 8 to 9 trillion for climate finance to up to 2030, and then we need 10 trillion. So we need to increase this fivefold. And what we are doing here now, the importance of a net zero alliance and enabling condition, and the importance of the finance sector to have this role in the transition is very important. And more so in the emerging markets, because we know that the emerging markets are going to make these changes happen. We need emerging markets and we need Latin America. So, and then afterwards, I'm going to talk a little bit about Latin America. That's just what I wanted to say about what we need and why it is so important to have the financial sector for these changes. Yes, we are going to detail this, but I think capital markets, the sustainable social green bonds has increased, but still not enough for the global market. So Latin America, we have 2% of the global market, and the sovereign bonds, they have a very important role. it is a very important way to get resources, and also the climate finance. We are still below of what we need to leverage investment, climate investments. I think we have 1.2 trillion. We should have 8. So I would like to hear a bit more about instruments. In how do you see, how can we scale up this in the region and in Brazil? Thank you, Maria. Good morning, and thank you to call me. I would like to start answering how innovation and instruments happen. I think they are born in events like this one, and I would like to tell you a very short story. In 2014, I was in London, and I was in an event of climate bonds initiative at ASPC, and they saw that $20 billion were issued in green bonds. It was 2014, only $20 billion. And I finally understood what are green bonds, because I was in London 2014. And I said, well, I work with sustainable finance since 2005. And this is a business. That's an instrument. That's innovation. And that can help us to leave the risk and disclosure perspective to have capital. And I went back to Brazil and my office, and I said, how can we make this work? And then I talked to Shanky May, and I said, well, please come to Brazil and talk about this. Well, I'm going to COP and in Peru, but if you can get me a ticket, I can go to Brazil also, and we make an event. So I had no money to do this, and I went to a bank, and the bank made a proposal.
So Santander decided to fund the airline ticket and the accommodation, and they also offered the auditorium. So that's how we had the first event on green bonds, December 1st, 2014, in São Paulo at the Santander Auditorium, around 150 people. He also came. She came directly for the opening session, and that was published everywhere by the media the next day. And it was just as well that it was a bank, because the bank also invited their clients, among which there were some CFOs and some finance officers of some of these clients. Specifically, one of them was the CFO of BRF, the first Brazilian company to issue a green bond in June 2015. 6 months after that, there was the first emission. So there was an event in London, capacity building, an event in Brazil, and this connection between the players was created. So I'm sure this event will produce business and innovative financial instruments. We made a lot of progress since 2015. In 2016, we had the first emission of a green bond in a local currency by Suzano. Then there was the first emission with the CBI certification, a debenture, and the rest is history. And our current scenario, just to give you an idea of the market size, well, I was looking at our database in addition to our database about every ESG debts. That's how I call them, because, you know, the concept is now wider. It's no longer bonds. There's also loans and other instruments. But anyway, we reached a year to date of around 300 billion reais of 300 ESG debt operations since June 2015. So if you consider per year, on average, we have 30 billion, We had a great year in 2021 with 94 billion reais. 2022, it was an elections year. It was difficult. In 2023, there was the credit crisis and Ukraine. The numbers dropped. But in the first quarter of 2024, we're at 25 billion reais approximately. And if you extrapolate that per year, we might be able to reach our 100 billion milestone. And I'm sure many of you will contribute to that. So I wanted to say this because it was almost an esoteric concept back in 2014 or 2015. And now it's a market. If you put into perspective Carlos André's speech, if funds with sustainable strategies, they only comprise 12 billion in the market of bonds and loans. Well, that's the tip of the iceberg. That's what we see. And there's a lot that we can't see. Operations that are in the portfolios and that do not go to market. So there is a market. And I would say that the most important element of our sustainable finance market in Brazil is the protagonism and the size of the domestic market. If you look at our neighbors in Latin America, usually emissions occur in dollars. And here we have a market of bonds that is extremely strong in the domestic market. And, in addition to its considerable size, with 30 or 40 billion per year, it has not dropped at all. If you look at the history, of course, there is an oscillation because of the international market. On some years, the foreign exchange rate is good, sometimes it's not. So if you look at it internationally, it's quite volatile. However, the domestic market's been growing consistently. So we are here to look for innovations, and I'm sure we're going to find them. Well, I like that. It's quite pragmatic, taking these resources from Ambima that are not tagged yet and encouraging emissions. Our capital market, it grew a lot, right, Ricardo? I think that the labeled bonds helped us in that regard. Well, finally, we were able to connect with Nicholas.
During COVID, we were having webinars with ICMA. I used to be in the Inter-American Development Bank. So it's a big pleasure to hear you in Brazil, to talk a bit to us about the latest trends on the markets. Obviously, ICMA being a big player on the green, sustainable, and social bonds market, would be great to have your perspective. I'm not sure you got my introduction, but just to recap, we are trying to look here about what can we do in terms of the ambition, considering that our market has developed, and we actually have now, let's say, more capacity installed in Brazil. What is needed and what are these opportunities for us to scale this to the kinds of ambitions that Paula was kind of flagging to us at the beginning of the call?
Well, firstly, I'm sorry it took a while for me to be able to join. I think there was a bit of miscommunication, but I'm very pleased to be able to be with you now. And just sorry I'm not there in person. I would have loved to be able to come to Brazil. But I'm not too badly off because I'm actually joining you from Greece. So two very nice places to be in. Now, on your question, maybe I can answer first internationally and then try to comment with respect to Brazil. But of course, I'm much more qualified to talk about the international side. What I would say, in terms of where we are is clearly we have a market which is maturing and is now a significant part of the mainstream bond space. If we look back a few years, there were discussions about the relative small size of sustainable bonds compared to the overall market, and now in terms of what has already been issued, we are above 4 trillion dollars overall. And typically issuance internationally is, sustainable bonds is more than 10% of total issuance. In some markets that goes up to 20%. So you know, this is a very significant market and no longer something which is just under development. Now, if I were trying to identify three international trends, I think the first thing is on the continued support for the use of proceeds concept. You know, one thing that we hear regularly both from issuers and investors is that they really like use of proceeds bonds, and specifically green bonds. I mean, that product is an absolute amazing success. And you know, even in markets where there is controversy around ESG, what we hear is, you know, issuing a green bond or a sustainability bond is you know, really very rarely subject to criticism. Now, this doesn't, you know, detract from our efforts to continue to innovate in the market, particularly with, you know, sustainability-linked bonds, where there's been some really interesting developments in Latin America, particularly with sovereign issuance. But that would just be internationally, I think, a key message about the importance of the use of proceeds product. The second message is on addressing greenwashing. You know, this is a big topic. We are, I think, lucky in the sustainable bond market to be, again, perceived as a reasonably safe space. You know, the controversy around greenwashing is typically not around sustainable bonds. Again, I say this with caution because there are some transactions which, you know, were the object of controversy. But by and large, you know, although there are, you know, instances of you know, discussions or allegations of greenwashing, this is a relatively safe place to be for all involved. Now, the third point I would make is the importance of transition finance. You know, this is an absolute key topic. We've just published a paper around this. And you know, the important message that we are trying to pass on is that when we talk about transition finance, and there's, as often the case in, you know, in sustainable finance, there's a lot of confusion around terminology. But the real debate is around how do we help the hard-to-abate sector and the fossil fuel sectors transition, and you know, where can they transition to? You know, which leads us to a debate around green versus brown versus light brown. So what we refer to as intermediate outcomes. And I think you know, what is interesting there is that there's been a lot of progress around both from market initiatives, but also from the official sector in providing guidance which aims to allow investors and issuers to look at difficult transition projects in these areas on the back of, you know, reasonably specific guidance. Because of course the difficulty if, you know, you are issuing a transition finance themed or transition themed bond is, you know, what is acceptable, you know, as an intermediate outcome. And that's where official guidance or authoritative market guidance is extremely important. And we've had some really interesting developments in Asia, both in the private space, but also in, you know, from the official sector, notably with a really interesting program coming out of Japan. So that's another area to watch. Now, coming back to, you know, to Brazil, I'll just make a general comment that the challenge is to come up with quality projects if you are in use of proceeds, or credible and ambitious KPIs and sustainability targets if you're issuing an SLB. And I'm saying the obvious, but in practice, it's not that straightforward. You know, a lot of work is necessary for that. The second thing is diversifying issuers. So, you know, corporates are important, but there's also banks, there's also sovereigns, there's also, you know, various state institutions or companies. And then over time, what is very important, I think, is the quality of reporting. Because of course, when you are in a market which is still developing, where investors have concerns is, well, these commitments are being made, are they being met in practice? And that's where I think a particular emphasis should be put on both reporting and verification. I could comment further, but I've said quite a lot, so I'll stop there.
Excelente. Me lembra os tempos da gente estar trabalhando no Green Bond.
We were working with the Green Bond Transparency Platform.
É ponto importante também, que a gente saiu do momento onde haviam muitos emissores.
We left a situation where there were lots of issuers, but now we have to show that these issuances yielded results. And the fact that there are reports and KPIs and ensuring that the investments were credible and green to create more transparency in the market. And it's also great to hear that in general, we do not have too many problems with greenwashing, maybe because investors are putting a lot of pressure to achieve the indicators. I'll go back to Gustavo around this question about user proceeds. If you're acquiring a debt, if the debt needs to be around specific developments, or if it can't consider the concept of performance, there are pros and cons. But the most important aspect, and I'll go back to you again, Nicholas, about that, is the conversation about the transition markets, because it's not easy. How can we work with an entity that has a lot of emissions and has to decarbonize, but at the same time we have to work with them? And there is a huge discussion about that. Is part of the issue not only the type of investment, but also the commitment of that entity to decarbonize associated with the investment. So there's this growing discussion in the carbon markets about if integrity is not related only to the project, but also to the buyer. So I'll go back to that later. But going back to Brazil now, knowing that we can achieve 100 billion. How do you see in the reality of Anbima's members, how do you see opportunities and trends? And also, what do you have to do to leverage that? Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Once again, the money does not belong to Anbima, but to the investors. So we have this fiduciary duty, and that says a lot about what our market can do with the resources. So I'll start from where Carlos Andre stopped. It's a great point to be at to tell you about what happened in the market over the last few years and how that connects back to our agenda. I'll try not to disagree with the president because I really like my job, so I do not want to contradict him. Anyway, if we were able to go back in time 1 decade when I started working at Anbima, there was another discussion very similar to this one happening at the time. Well, we need long-term private funding lines, and that was a discussion that was happening all over the world. And here, how can we decrease the size of BNDES or to keep BNDES's size and for the private market to fund projects? That was the discussion at the time. At an event like this, we would have BNDES and the agents and etc. And the problems were similar. We need more issuers. What rules should be in place for issuers to attract more companies and bonds? What investors do we need to access? How can we attract more investors to the capital market? How can we fund projects? There's this culture around project financing, and how can we do that? And how to provide liquidity to that? Because there's investors, there's the private market. How can we generate liquidity? That was Anbima's agenda 10 years ago. I think that the fact that we're discussing the role of the capital market in this agenda is a privilege. Not every country has developed enough capital markets like Brazil does. So it's a privilege. We have BNDES and a culture of project financing and a huge funds industry. So we have the instruments, so we have the tools. And Brazil, for anything that we want to do, we have regulation, we have tools, self-regulation, we have a huge certification program at Ambima. And whenever I travel abroad, I tell people, well, we do 15,000 verifications per month, and people are appalled. Well, the thing is, have we fully developed our market? No. If we look at the investors of Brazil, usually 70 to 80% is invested in fixed income and short term, and the rest is invested in equity and stocks and all that. So we need to do these two things at the same time. We need to create a culture of investment and bring these resources to a less concentrated scenario. And at the same time, we need to add every other dimension we're talking about. Which new risks can we add? Our previous frontier were issuers, big companies, but now we're talking about a type of issuer that we don't even know yet how to attract. So I would say this is the Brazilian market's biggest challenge right now. As Carlos Andre said, every 2 years we do a survey. We'll be publishing the next one soon. The reality is 70% of our universe. And again, if we talk about big institutions, they're all among the 30%, but the rest of the other 70% are, they range from denialism, all the way to, okay, I see that this is a problem. There's an opportunity there, but I'm still studying it. So that is our market. So we have to redo our entire agenda again. How can we prepare professionals? What adjustments can we make to these tools to make them more adequate for this new agenda? What adjustments can we make to the market infrastructures for them to have the B3, the Brazilian Stock Exchange, the Selic rate, everything that we prepared for this market? What adaptations do we need to make? So the discussion is about that. We have made progresses in terms of high regulation, how to identify sustainable funds in Brazil. Have we done that? Yes. It's 0.15% of the liquid assets in sustainable funds or ESG funds. So this is a sort of an empty conversation, but at the same time, we have everything there. It's a privilege for Brazil to have these tools in a market that's able to make this transition.
Yes, that's great. And these are not the biggest, and it's important to diversify, and it's very natural. So only big companies can do this. And then we need to think, how can we diversify and get another 30%? So Paulo, can you talk a bit about the situation in Latin America, and how do you see these tendencies? What do we need to scale up? What are the opportunities? Yes, great. A very important point when we think in terms of Latin America and Brazil, and I forgot to say this. So the figures about climate finance I showed you, most of them are in mitigation and no adaptation, and bioenergy and transportation. Here in Latin America, we have a very interesting situation, and this is a big opportunity. Almost half of the emissions are much more related to agriculture and land use, and then transportation, and then electricity. So our inventory is different of other regions worldwide. Here in Brazil, more than 70%, as we know. And the most important thing in this discussion is that Latin America is also the cradle of more than 60% of biodiversity. So here we have a huge opportunity to do this transition that is so important, using what we have, our strength. And here we discuss a lot about nature-based solutions, and you already started working with this. We have been discussing the challenges a lot, how to scale up the nature-based solutions with hedges, with macro solutions. I cannot detail here, but I think a very important point is that we have the chance, comparing to the rest of the world, to make a difference in these sectors. And a study was published last year that nature-based solutions have a potential of more than 30% of these transitions. And that's here. That's what we have here. We can use these opportunities. We are going to have we have the G20, the COP in Colombia for the first time in this region. And here we can show the pioneerism and the COP30 in Brazil. But nature-based solutions and nature finance is leaving this role that no one knows about it, and is getting strength. And this connection is there. That's a strong connection. And here we can do the transition. So in the transition plans of Brazilian and Latin America finance institutions, we are really trying to help these sectors where we really can jump. And I think another point, that's what Matthias said, is are the tendencies, what we need to work, and G20 is working with this, is resilience and just transition. I think that's very important. The social aspects, people need to be the center of the debate, and taxonomy is going to be developed in Brazil, and this is going to look also at the social situation, and we need to start putting these discussion, this debate in the center. It's a huge challenge, and we need a just transition to make some progress. I think nature-based solutions, resilience, and just transition, these are the three most important points for the next 5 years to debate. Well, that's a good inspiration for the whole event. These are three topics we need to work on, and we really need to leverage resources. We see the companies, and we really need to develop this market, and the financial system needs to be innovative. So resilience is important, and Brazilian is in a very good situation. It's not so vulnerable. Unfortunately, more vulnerable every day, but we have criteria of resilience in infrastructure. So how the taxonomy considers this way to treat risk. This is very important also to lower the costs and to have economy impact. These are very important points, Paula. We can talk more about this in the next panels. So Gustavo, thinking about these tendencies and also the comments from Anthony, what are these tendencies? So the market made some programs. What do you see in the future for the capital market development? Well, Nicholas talked about this instrument where you can show you have a compatible use to cause climatic benefits. I think this is where we should go on investing, because here we can guarantee that the resources have some impact. And we made some progress in the last years with the taxonomies to say what belongs and what belongs not. In 2016-17, when I made the first course, there were no taxonomy. So I think here we have principles and guidelines, and you can give your opinion. Today, we have a lot of taxonomy certification systems, and Brazil is also building on his own taxonomy. This is very important. And in the future, we are going to have some operation based on performance sustainability rate. This is a very important development. And I always say that that's another species. So user proceeds is the dog, could be the dog. You have different breeds. And when you see the taxonomies, you can see how this breed will develop. But the sustainability wing will be a cat. So that's an animal that is very difficult to understand. I don't know if you have cats or dogs, but you cannot build a taxonomy for instruments on these goals, because they need to be very specific. They need to consider the context, and it is very difficult to create such a transition. So in this sustainability link, we had Brazil and Latin America are the regions that use more the goal-based instruments, and with a lot of discussions. So is this KPI enough? Is this relevant for the impact? Are these goals enough, ambitious, or are they only business as usual? So this is the difficulty we have in the market, and we have a backlash in the goals-linked instruments. So it's easy to get into a greenwash or catwash. But thinking about innovation and instruments, I think a very special situation in Brazil and Latin America is that we are a market of a lot of emissions of corporate sectors, no financial corporate. So if we look at the global market, we have a bigger participation of commercial banks, development banks, supranationals, entities, and also the municipalities. And this is a point I've been thinking about, because how we make the impact get to the end. Because if we have a corporate, we can get the resources. But if we have a lot of financial actors, so we have the resources, and then the portfolio needs to do the climate transition. These resources can get to small and middle-sized companies, because a capital market is not so trivial. But in the portfolio of the bank, this can be done easily. And in terms of innovation, and I have a lot of colleagues here with a lot of innovation in capital markets, with securitization, but the commercial banks and development banks, they really aggregate projects. So here we have just the portfolio. A lot of innovation can happen with bank instruments that are funded by sustainable bonds. So I would like to ask the commercial banks, development banks, that this innovation can be done with your own capital and with the bonds. Yes, we had this in Banco do Brasil and BNDES, the development bank. This is our important points to think what do they offer as an instrument about innovative capital instruments. Here we have a challenge with the performance, but we also have the topic about how could this be done to promote transition, because institutions with goals, and if they have serious goals, and if they have a mean to get to these goals, this can be seen as part of the performance. So perhaps the biggest problem is if you have, and you need to have your clauses in the agreement. So how easy it is to have sanctions. If you have KPIs, perhaps it could be easier to have sanctions. I would like to ask
a bit of your views on if you could dig in a bit more for us to finish here our round, on these transition bonds, because I think that's a tendency that for us in Brazil is new and I think for the region, and is also, as said, something we need to tackle on. You mentioned a bit about Japan. I don't know if you could give us a bit more detail on what you see are the trends and opportunities or lessons learned.
Sorry, I'm unmuting myself. Maybe just before I come to that, maybe just listening to what was before, just to a quick comment on biodiversity and also SLBs separately. Just on biodiversity, you know, when it's underlined by this panel that the relevance of the theme for Brazil, you know, I can only you know, express my agreement with that. And you know, there's a lot of discussion going on in the sustainable bond market around nature and biodiversity. And what I think is important to underline is that biodiversity is rarely a investment theme as such. You know, that you can't invest in biodiversity in the same way you can invest into renewables. And that's because you can build a business case around renewables. It's more challenging to do the same for biodiversity. I'm not saying it cannot be done, but it's not feasible at the same scale. And as a result, you know, biodiversity is more you know, something to be factored in to do no significant harm. It is also something that can be factored into other great themes like sustainable farming. You know, the approach therefore has to be at several levels, and you know, it would be a mistake to assume that the sustainable bond market can, you know, somehow develop biodiversity or support biodiversity in the same sort of direct manner it did for the energy transition. And that, I'm not being pessimistic about it. I'm just saying, you know, clearly the way that we can help on that is not the same that we can in other, you know, large, you know, key themes of sustainability. On SLBs, just to agree that what's happened in Latin America generally in SLBs is very interesting. I mentioned sovereigns before, but overall there's been a lot of experimentation with SLBs, and I don't know if SLBs are a cat or a dog, but clearly SLBs are a more structured product, and as a result they are in many cases more challenging to implement, so perhaps less scalable than use of proceeds bonds. But it is important not to give up on SLBs. It is a really interesting product which is still showing a lot of innovation. Now, on your question on transition bonds, you know, one of the recurring and important messages that we make at ICMA with the executive committee of the principals is transition is not a product. You don't need to have a transition bond to do transition. Transition is a theme. You can finance transition through use of proceeds bonds. You can make transition a target and finance through an SLB. And I'm saying this because we often get this question around, well, why haven't you created transition bonds as such? And we brought out a study a few weeks ago where we said, well, if you're talking about transition as climate transition, then roughly 90% of green bonds to date have financed climate transition. So, a green bond in that, from that perspective is a transition bond. It's not something that's new. Transition is a key theme of green bonds. Similarly, SLBs, 70% of SLBs to date have greenhouse gas reduction as a target. So again, SLBs are structurally related to climate transition. And this is where, this comment I was making about definitions is important, because when we talk about transition bonds and the more recent discussion, we're really talking about hard to abate transition and fossil fuel transition. And this is where, coming directly to your question, in Asia, there is the development of transition use of proceeds bonds based on very specific and often government guidance. And that's what's happening in Japan. They're saying, we're going to use this label of transition bonds for hard to abate transition, and that's going to be related to roadmaps and pathways which are being issued officially and very specifically by the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Japan's famous MITI. Now, that model is very interesting and I think can be reduced in other jurisdictions in Asia and elsewhere, but the precondition is to have this very specific and arguably sector or industry-based guidance so that issuers and investors know what kind of intermediate outcome is acceptable if that's the problem at hand. Again, some transition, even hard to abate, can go in a reasonable time frame to green, but that's not a problem. If you can demonstrate that you can do a transition bond that's going to green, there's going to be very little argument. The arguments start when you're saying, I can't get to green in the foreseeable future. I can get you to less brown, medium brown, pale green. That's where the arguments start. And that's where being able to say, for the sake of argument, I'm in the steel industry, and in 5 years, I'm going to get to the best possible outcome that technology allows for emissions and pollution for the steel industry, and that's my intermediate outcome, right? And that's where I think we're in a space where investors, issuers, and wider stakeholders can be comfortable.
Muito obrigada. Excelente, Nicolás. Acho que tem muita inspiração.
Thank you. That was great, Nicolás. A lot of inspiration to consider, and there's a lot of work to do in terms of considering what the frameworks and roadmaps are so that we can start discussing transition in Brazil as well. Also considering the goals that Brazil will launch next year with the COP30, and also the need to show commitment towards this transition. And, well, maybe going back to the instruments, I think that the mechanisms based on performance, they've also brought about novelties that are not so much used in Brazil, but the mechanisms around debt towards nature, and also the opportunity for performance and using dividends to fund the nature assets, and also biodiversity. When we talk about nature-based solutions, we're not only talking about the standing forest. We could be talking about regenerative agriculture, restoration, conservation, and of course, some things are more complicated. And Nicolás, you're right when you say that what we're doing is to do a mainstreaming of this theme. But I do think that we have to dedicate some time to that, because this is where our potential is. And it's the IPCC that says it's that 30% of the solutions need to be based on nature. And now finishing up with Mbima, you talked about the 70%, and we're talking about some maybe even more innovative opportunities and sectors, which some of them are more or less engaged. And how do you see this discussion at Mbima? How do you see this engagement and also the next steps, maybe? Well, first about the current scenario. The positive side of it is that everybody's willing to discuss the subject, so we're making progress, and we're mimicking several good experiences. Our guidelines are heavily inspired on ICMA's guidelines. So for similar problems, we're copying the solutions. Let's not be ashamed of that. We do not need to do any rework, and we're advancing now to transforming the guidebook into self-regulation. And we'll have some capacity of enforcement in Brazil and also advancing in terms of funds. Gustavo mentioned something very important, which are the SMEs and how hard it is for the capital market to embrace this huge segment of companies. And when it comes to the sustainability challenges of Brazil, we'll have a part of the scenario that's quite similar to the rest of the world. And for the rest of it, we're talking about nature-based solutions and reforestation. And it's hard to imagine all of that happening at large scale. We're then talking about how we can use the market tools to help us fund things that we can't do yet in the capital market, and to analyze credit and to analyze the risk of this type of thing. That's still a novelty. We do not have the roadmaps and the culture and the preparation for that. So there's this challenge. In Brazil, for instance, agro is very far from the capital market. And we're still saying that the capital market needs to come closer to this extremely important segment for us to get this discussion started. Okay, how can we now have these funding sources steer you towards a more sustainable agriculture? And another, when it comes to SMEs, there's part of the ecosystem that I don't see often in this discussion, which are the credit cooperatives in Brazil. And they're connected to Mbima through their assets, but they're huge. They're connected to this world at the end, and I don't see this world coming to these forums like this. I think that we have to invite them. And one last thing that we've been discussing at Mbima is about the type of approach that we have to adopt to talk to investors and the market. I started at Mbima with financial education, and I think this is the perspective that we're using with sustainability, with the market, and some other players. And the approach, it goes like this. Well, João, I'm going to teach you how to have a healthy financial life. Stop drinking coffee. Stop eating out. Stop traveling. Stop doing all that, because when you turn 80, you're going to have a healthy income, and you can't do any of that anymore because you won't have the energy or the health, but you're going to have money and quality of life. And obviously, that didn't find echo among people. They were like, well, I'm not going to do that. You want me to put everything on a spreadsheet and wait for my 80th birthday? So we found out that this was not helping. There were other ways to do that. It was an important learning for financial institutions. And Mbima and the entire ecosystem that was discussing financial health and education in Brazil. And I think that we're doing the exact same thing. The world is going to end. There's the apocalypse. If you don't do this, if you don't do that, obviously we have to raise awareness, of course, but we have to adopt a different language. Paulo talked about the opportunities that we have if we don't bring these tools and show people that they can make money with it. We're talking to the financial market. We have to tell them how they can make money. Let's find solutions, because the risk-based approach, the all the wrong things that we're doing, it will only get us so far. And we've done that with the population. Setting up a spreadsheet and taking care of your financial risks, it only works for 25% of the Brazilian population, whereas the rest of them would simply ignore us. So it was simply not working. And I think that we have to think about how to make progress without repeating all the time that the world is going to end or that their business is going to end. We need to fine tune that. Okay, great. So we're a bit late. First, I want to thank everybody for the ideas about the sectors that we have to look at and the financial system as an aggregator to consider important transition trends and also what worked or not when it comes to what we've already done. But I think that, well, what you mentioned is also very important. The 70%, the SMEs, they have to be part of the financial solution. And I would say this is probably the biggest regulatory difficulty when it comes to resilience. It's no longer about looking at the physical risk that I do not want to expose myself to. It's about defining the resilience criterion that I should be considering. And what I do can reduce my risks. That goes even further in our discussion about regulation and actions. Defining how the financial system can become part of the solution and not simply considering risk disclosure. Well, my portfolio is great. I'm not offering anything. No, it's not like that. It's about thinking about how we can make money out of it because, we're talking about the financial system. Thank you all.
Nice dinner em Greece. A gente vai passar aqui para o almoço.
Thank you.
Eu não sei se tem almoço
Now we're going to
agora.
break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. So before we all leave, we're going to take a picture with you, Nicholas, on the screen. Please stay there.
E agora sim, registro do primeiro painel desta manhã.
This is the official photo of this morning's first session. Thanks once again. Let's give them a round of applause. And this is the end of our morning session. But before lunch break, I'd like to remind you that in the afternoon, we're going to have two panels that will discuss the importance of sustainable financial instruments and the frameworks for enabling the environment for sustainable finance. Each session will have a round of discussions so that each table can discuss the subject matters of each session in greater depth. Lunch will be served on the second floor. You can access it through the stairs or the elevators, and the team wearing black can help you find your way there. And we're going to be back at 1:30. Is that confirmed? Okay, we're going to be back at 1:30 for our afternoon session. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for the participation this morning. Now it's lunchtime. Lunch will be provided on the second floor. So if you could go through that door over there, the elevator will take you to the second floor. Lunchtime now. Thank you.
painel Instrumentos Financeiros Sustentáveis, Práticas e Inovações. Essa sessão irá discutir de que forma os diferentes instrumentos financeiros sustentáveis podem contribuir com o financiamento de iniciativas de
instrument innovation and practices to see how instruments can contribute. Would like to invite the moderator, Rosanir Osman. He is Senior Sustainable Finance Specialist of CASI. Welcome, Rosani. We will also like to invite Xia Huaseng, Vice President of Bank of China in Brazil.
Também Fernanda Camargo.
Also Fernanda Camargo, founding partner of Right Capital. Also Veronica Valentini, Head of Sustainable Innovation of Santander Bank. Paula Carvalho, she is Associate Director ESG Ratings at Fitch.
Bem-vinda, Paula.
Welcome, Paula. Before we start the panel, we would like to state that we have 1 hour of breakout discussions and I would like to give the floor to Xia Huasheng. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to give the floor now to Mr. Rosani Osman to coordinate this panel.
Fortunately, my knowledge of Portuguese is limited to 2 words, and one of them is thank you. So, well, we're here today because we're discussing sustainable financial instruments. And, oh, sorry, I got to adjust my microphone. Is this okay? Yeah, okay. So we all know, we're all familiar with sustainable financial instruments. We all know about green bonds. We know about use of proceeds bonds and whether they're dog bonds or cat bonds. You know, as we heard this morning, you know, it's your preference, right? Whether you're a dog person or a cat person. So when we talk about use of proceeds bonds, we've seen them appear in the market, I think around 15 or 16 years ago. And we've seen them come in the form of a green bond, and then we've seen them in the form of a social bond, and we've seen them in the form of sustainability bonds, and other variations like SDG bonds, blue bonds, you name it, there's probably a version of it. So we've also seen how those bonds have evolved from sustainability, from what we call use of proceeds bonds into what people call SLBs, so sustainability linked bonds, or I like to think of them as performance-linked bonds because the payout is determined by the performance of the underlying asset or financial structure and how it plays out. And also, sometimes the payout comes in the form of a bonus or reward for the issuer and a penalty for the investor, and sometimes it's flipped, it's the other way around. It really depends on what the structure is trying to promote. So we've also seen a lot of other innovations in the financial markets, various variants of these kinds of instruments. And across the Latin America region, we've seen sustainability-oriented capital flows rising. McKinsey has done a research projection on this, and they project that in order to achieve net zero by 2050, Latin America needs to spend on physical transition-related assets will have to reach 9.4% of regional GDP by 2050, and that's about $20 trillion US. And Brazil alone would account for over 1/3 of regional climate finance opportunities. So today, we would like to hear from our esteemed colleagues, let them to hear their views on these financial instruments and the various innovations that they have seen or are working on and how they are being used. So I would like to give the floor to each of them about 5 minutes or 5 or 6 minutes each to spend some time about what are their views. And I hope you don't mind, I'm going to go from left to right because it helps me keep track of who's next. So first person will be Xia Sheng from the Bank of China. Perhaps you would like say a few words.
Alô. Obrigado, senhor Rosane. Pessoal, boa tarde para todos. Eu acho que eu concordo 100%.
Good afternoon. I agree 100% what Rosane said about the bonds. And there is a huge variety of bonds today. And representing the Bank of China, I would like to show you the vision of the bonds, panda bonds. How is this market? How the market of panda bonds can help the sustainable projects in Brazil and also in Latin America. But as we have other rounds of questions, I would like to say this and I would like to talk about what the Bank of China does in Brazil as a financial of projects in technical transition. Bank of China is one of the biggest banks of the world, fourth bank in China. We have $4.3 trillion assets, and that's today the bank is very strong in financing, especially trade finance, and trade finance is linked to the finance of import and export. And our biggest clients are the biggest Brazilian companies and Chinese company that already invest in Brazil. And in this portfolio, we helped this company to launch, for example, credits linked to sustainability and energy transition. Especially last year, for example, 2 years ago, Petrobras launched a bond. The bond was linked to sustainability. Bank of China participated together with other banks with $1 billion. So the other activities, Bank of China in Brazil helped the federal government, also state of São Paulo, and local governments to discuss the contribution, how the bank can contribute as an actor to foster resources in the Brazilian companies that are interested in energy transition, reindustrialization, investing in low carbon solutions. We talked to many local governments, especially thinking about this last project in São Paulo City, creating a bus fleet with renewable energy. Bank of China is financing these projects to contribute to sustainable logistics in Brazil. So that's what the Bank of China is doing in Brazil in these projects. These are the most recent projects. Of course, we have a lot more. And yes, I know you're tired after lunch. And I would like to give the floor to my colleagues.
Since you can't wait to speak, I'll let you get started.
Thank you, Rosane. Well, my name is Fernanda. I'm one of the founders of Right Capital Wealth Management. It's a multifamily office with a view to social impact and environmental transformation. And it's an honor to be here. Compared to you, we're very small, but we try to help a lot. And one of the things that we've been investing in impact funds for, I would say more than 10 years now. And lately, we've been seeing this movement towards green economy, not only on the impact side, but also on the funds. We would see the funds in the around 2018 to 2020 moving towards ESG. And now ESG became very polarized, and we are seeing a lot about climate, about the green economy, climate transition. So we will talk more later, but I think one of the main agendas here is to explain the difference when we talk about climate transition in the developed countries. It's very different when you talk about Brazilian climate transition. So we do have industries that need to reduce carbon, but our main problem it's deforestation, regeneration. So we will talk a little bit about that afterwards.
Thank you, Fernanda. Now I'd like to pass the mic to Veronica from Fitch, Sustainable Fitch. Sorry, Santander, sorry. I'm getting it all mixed up with the
microphones already. Thank you, Rosane. I'll switch to Portuguese now. So. Bom, obrigada, pessoal. Acho que estou muito feliz em estar aqui representando o Santander. Acho que vocês conhecem um pouco do Santander, mas é um banco global, de matriz espanhola, mas que aqui no Brasil tem uma presença muito representativa. Nós somos mais de 50 mil funcionários no Brasil. E acho que isso nos dá uma perspectiva diferente de como a gente olha o tema de sustentabilidade, mesmo comparando os desafios globais com os desafios locais no Brasil e o quão diferentes eles são, né? Então, acho que a Paula Peirão falou...
So, Paula, I don't know if she's still there. Paula talked a bit about the most important emissions in Brazil are agriculture, cattle raise, land use. These are the biggest challenges, and that's what we are tackling. Of course, we have challenges in transportation, energy, but when we compare them here in Brazil, we can see it's not that easy to finance. And very important what Nicolas said in the last panel, that when we talk about energy transition, we can create a business case and we are able to finance this process. And that's not exactly the case with biodiversity. And that's a process, that's a challenge we are facing now. I think the vision of our bank is we need to be more creative, more innovative. We need tools, instruments that are not traditional. So if we talk about green bonds, sustainability bonds, these are instruments that are globally known, but not exactly what we need in a local level. Because if we talk about the transition and when we want to really have an impact, sometimes we need to reach the most vulnerable end. And these are not always the competitive markets. And that's our challenge. Marcelo said the communication of the topic sustainability is a challenge, and what this does with people, that's also a challenge, because when we talk about agriculture, cattle raise, it's not trivial to talk about sustainability and to convince them to make the transition. We need economic incentives for these producers. So as a financial sector, we understand that these incentives are perhaps interest rates, longer dates. So these are not very traditional ways. We need a lot of creativity, and all actors of the whole chain need to work together. We need multilateral banks, impact funds to participate in these structures, so then we can get finance in all these producers in the chain. And that's how we start with the transition. And that's something we do for a long time, 15, 16 years. This is not enough to do the transition, to make this happen in a relevant impact, because we need to work in a new way, be more creative with different models. We have a team to develop these structures, and that's the journey we have ahead to make the transition to a low carbon economy.
Thank you, Veronica, for mixing it up again. So now, Paula, finally from Sustainable Fitch.
Thanks, Rosane. Boa tarde a todos. Primeiramente, gostaria de agradecer.
Good afternoon. So thank you for the invitation. Sustainable Fitch is a sector of Fitch ratings. We are independent, and we are focused on ESG analysis, and we have an impact evaluation. And since 2021, we are working on a global coverage. We have more than 7,000 debt ratings. We monitor this debts in international principles and see all the $250 million debts on the market. So I would like to present some of the insights we found in our work. So just to highlight our methodology, the ESG rate has a different scale from 1 to 5. So 1 is excellent profile with ESG. And then we have from 0 to 100, and 100 is an excellent profile. One of our focus in our methodology is the use of resources and also KPIs and the SDGs. And we really want to see what are the impacts and benefits, social impacts and benefits, all the goals. And we also look all the other components, the resources, the reports the companies are making, and also how they are evaluated.
So to give you a few of the insights in our coverage about the types of instruments, we can see that more than 70% of these emissions are green. So these are green bonds, followed by the social, sustainable, and SLB bonds, which represent a small share of that coverage. So in terms of the types of categories of usage types for green bonds, the categories of renewable energy and energy efficiency are leading, which demonstrates the prioritization of issuers towards energy transition. The indicators selected are basically indicating the reduction of greenhouse gases and energy efficiency along the same lines of green bonds, but that demonstrates that a few important categories and challenges, such as biodiversity and circular economy, have not been prioritized in that market. From a social perspective, the focus is on accessible housing, social economic empowering, and basic infrastructure. what are the results of our ratings? We've been seeing that the average rating is 2, which represents a good profile. It's also aligned to ESG, and only 1% of our coverage acquired an excellent rating, and that's basically because of both the use of resources and the KPIs that are not effectively using the best practices and aligned to reference international taxonomy. They do not have enough eligibility criteria to be rated at the maximum level in terms of their positive impacts and benefits, materiality, and relevance of reducing these emissions. In our analysis, when we look into the impact of the use of resources, we look also at the percentage of new projects versus the percentage of funds that are allocated. In our coverage, we've been seeing that more than 90% have been allocating resources to funding. More than 75% of the funds collected have been allocated to financing. In our opinion, the greater the allocation, the greater the benefits, and that it brings new assets and an effective contribution towards reaching the global goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So I have some questions now. I think I'll direct the first one to Fernanda. How is the regional market of sustainable finance, financial instruments here been developing in terms of size and sector coverage over the past 1 year? And where do you see the market going to in the next 12 months?
Thank you. We've seen, I think for the first time, there are many funds, foundations, or governments looking to Brazil for, the reasons we already spoke. And some of the funds, when we talk to them, they come and they said, oh, we want to invest in climate transition in Brazil, but we want scale, we want liquidity, we want good rates. And we say, look, if the agenda in Brazil, we need to do preservation, restoration, and all that. So scale, not possible. Unless, obviously, when you're talking about the bonds of big companies, but if you're talking about regeneration in the Amazon, small communities, you have small projects. The other thing, liquidity, not possible. We need time. And we need a lot of technical assistance, we need patience. And also there's another problem with the FX rate. A lot of the investors come and they look at the FX rate. So this is another issue. We now have the IDB saying, they will help with the hedge. I think this will be good. But one of the things that happened in the market lately, it was the blended finance, which we've been, talking in Ambima and in the CVM here, and in some institutions on assets. And the blended finance helps this market in the sense that it brings together development banks that can take more risk and, be catalytic or technical assistance and de-risk the structure so that the private market can come in. So, for example, with us, when you talk about families, the families are not ready to take this risk yet. The market is just starting. So this is, I think, the example that happened with the BNDES, the blended fund, that it's still being worked out. It's a good example because that is that's the National Development Bank should be the responsible and should take this type of risk to develop these products. And that was a great example because it brought together asset managers with philanthropists, with cooperatives, and developers in the ground in all kinds of instruments. So you have guarantees, you have technical assistance, you have deleverage, you have all kinds of instruments in there. So I think this is one thing that the market should be looking at. We need to, I think the institutions need to learn a lot about this, how this works, and then the private market, the families can get in, maybe starting in the senior class with not so much risk, and a few others can go on the mezzanine or the subordinated with more risk. So I think this is one thing. The other thing that it's important, we're just starting, right? So, for example, we've been together working at Capital for Climate, bringing together deals on nature-based solution. And it's been 1.5 years, 2, maybe? Okay. And I think we were able, after 1.5 years, to bring, it's what, 1.5 billion in deals, which is small, right? And so that shows that we need a lot of blended, to develop this kind of structure. And those type of deals, the nature-based solutions, are the ones that we need the most. And I know they, sometimes banks like Bank of China, I don't know if it's too small for you, but that's what, will help preserve the Amazon. If we come with our mind of scale or of size and all of that to the Amazon, we will probably destroy it. To preserve it, we need patience, we need small. So it's been an experience to see these deals with nature-based solution. I think this is an example. We have many others in Brazil with cooperatives and others, but I think this is a mindset shift we need to take, which is patient capital.
Thank you. I think I just want to add an anecdote. When you mentioned about liquidity and the size, it's not just here that you see it. It happens around the world. I have a personal experience where I was talking to the chief investment officer of a very large pension fund, and that pension fund was that pension fund was going all out to go into ESG investments. And they said, okay, we're going to go into ESG investments, and I'm going to buy the next green bond that's coming out. And we said, oh, there's a green bond that just came out. Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it? Why didn't my team tell me that this green bond was coming out? And then he asked, how big was the issuance? It's about $50 million US. And he said, oh, our minimum size is $200 million US. So that's something that's going to be repeated in a lot of places. And I think, like you said, it's going to be a mindset change, because it's not just that it's patient capital, it's not just the small projects that are coming out. I think a lot of these projects that are coming out in the future are going to be small. Not because they don't have big projects, they do, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done on a smaller scale. So there's going to be a lot more of these coming out. So I think that's something that needs to be, we have to think about what we need to do in that space. Yeah. So I'd like to pose my next question to Paula, and because we've heard how the regional markets have sort of been evolving over the past 1 year, and where Fernanda thinks is going to go in the next 12 months. I would like to know your opinion about the regional labeled bond market. How does it stand out from the global market? What's the difference that you're seeing between the regional market and the global market? How are the attitudes of people, investors, and what are the differences? And what kind of new instruments that you see that might be coming out in the region?
Bom, a gente ouviu pouco no painel anterior também, mas que o mercado realmente de bons.
We heard it in the previous panel. The market of labeled bonds has been growing steadily in Latin America. Last year, around 20 to 30% of all emissions in Latin America were labeled as social, green, sustainable, and that differentiates the region vis-a-vis the global market already. And well, we hopefully the market of labeled bonds will continue to grow, fostered by the regulations related to disclosure of ESG information, also the sovereign emissions or sovereign or the new taxonomies that the region's been developing and publishing. One of the biggest differences when it comes to the emissions of Latin America and the global market is in the type of bonds issued, whereas in the global market, the green bonds predominate. Here in the region, the sustainable and social bonds comprise almost 50% of all issuances in the region. SLBs also comprise a major part. And concerning sustainable and social bonds, we believe that this large number of emissions that incorporate social aspects is related to the social economic gaps in the region. I mean, the need to fund accessible housing, poverty reduction that fosters this type of bond. And connecting the social goals and transitions in the search for a fair transition. SLBs are also representing around 30% of the issuances in the region, and that's largely due to the sovereign emissions issuances of Chile and Uruguay, which included the sovereign issuances related to sovereignty, to sustainability, where these countries can freely use the resource, and they connected these instruments as the national goals under the Paris Agreement and their own goals. So that's also an innovation in Latin America, differently from other regions. Transition bonds are still quite few and far between in the region. Hopefully, this scenario will change as local taxonomies start to give more definition to what is a sustainable activity and what the criteria are, as well as bonds from other categories, green bonds with other categories in addition to the energy transition bonds. Like Fernanda said about the importance of bonds that fund the protection and preservation of biodiversity, and especially in the categories of preservation and aquatic and terrestrial biomes. So we expect the region to stand out based on the issuance of these biodiversity-related bonds, as we've been seeing with the blue bonds, for instance. And the region's been the leader in these emissions, especially in these issuances, especially when it comes to the preservation of the ocean and etc. And lastly, as Fernanda said, many of these emissions that support the protection and preservation of biodiversity tend to be fostered by blended finance, the support and technical assistance of multilateral banks, which indicates that public financing is also supporting this in the region.
Thank you, Paula. So I hear what you're saying, and I think it's quite interesting to hear biodiversity and blended finance appearing more, and how social bonds are a big part of the market here. It's not quite the same in other parts of the world, so I think that's the one difference. In Southeast Asia, for example, social bonds are there, but you see far more of green bonds or sustainability bonds where there's a small social component but a very big green component. And I think that reflects the needs of the financing needs in the region, and it's quite interesting to see that. Now, I'd like to pose the next question to Veronica. So we've heard about how this new instruments are coming into the market and how they're different. So what are your views of these new instruments that are appearing, and are these adapted from other instruments that are found elsewhere in the world? Are they basically just cut and paste, copy exactly the same, or have they been adapted to meet local demands? And do you think that is sufficient, and whether more work needs to be done to make it more suitable and to meet local needs?
Ótimo. Então, bom, acho que tanto a
That's a great question. Thank you. Well, I think both Fernanda and Paula mentioned one of the main aspects in terms of how we can address the financing of this solution towards the transition towards low carbon and the preservation and restoration of native forests and biodiversity. And they are the structures that we call blended finance. So what's the challenge? When you look at what we're trying to finance, we look at two different segments, I would say. If you think about the agricultural business, you consider the cattle producers and the agricultural producers. And if you look at bioeconomy and consider nature-based solutions and restoration, we're talking about startups that are coming up with new and different operational models. We see many startups with forest systems to produce several crops. We are talking about forest restoration companies and several different things. And the challenge here is how to bring credit to these beneficiaries in a way that's competitive with competitive funding conditions, and in a way that the bank is able to absorb or get adapted to this credit appetite. This is a big challenge. Often, when we simply analyze credit in the way we've always done it, we can't reach the conditions that are required. So we've been involving several securitization structures here because of that. Because on the one hand, you can spread out a portfolio that you're trying to finance, and that allows you to mitigate risk. You decrease the concentration per beneficiary, and from a bank perspective, that helps you do a better job. And on the other hand, you can transform that into quota that can be distributed, and you can bring co-investors to become part of these structures, mitigate the risk, and help you achieve the differentiated pricing conditions. And this is where blended finance comes in, securitizing these structures and these debts in a way that you can distribute that to other investors that have a greater interest in renegotiation than in financial returns. And with social capital, you're able to leverage that volume. These structures are increasing in number. They're not trivial, mainly because on the one hand, it's not easy to find this concessional capital that's interested in impact, and oftentimes they have return demands that are quite similar to that of commercial capital. Sometimes they have too strict social environmental restrictions, and often they have a limited appetite for credit. So that's a difficulty. Having greater flexibility in that regard will help us scale these opportunities. And on the other hand, we have to change, and Marcelo and I were discussing that earlier. We have to look at how the financial market sees these structures and to understand that they will not fit the traditional frameworks of the bank, and they will not match the traditional requirements of investors. And we have to work with a different perspective with this type of asset. And as a startup, for example, they'll need a 5-year credit history to be audited by one of the major global auditing companies. forest restoration company, if we analyze the performance risk of these companies, we do not have too many projects related to that to let us assess the performance risk. Everything's too new, and we have to change the way we assess that. And I also think that these products are not simply a copy paste of what we see at a global level in terms of the other solutions. They're really tropicalized to meet the specific local demands, and for us to be able to escalate them. And I fully agree, Fernanda, with the fact that they're small, especially the nature-based solutions. And $50 million, sometimes that's way too big for us. We're talking about something that could amount to 1/5 or even less of that. So we have to create appetite for this type of operation. That's not trivial. And this is the path that we're now embarking on with several partners and initiatives. And we'll only do that if we join our forces to reach that goal.
Thank you. Very interesting what you said about how blended finance is making such a big impact on a lot of things here. And whereas in other parts of the world, it's not that big. And I think it reflects the fact that the needs of the region and how institutions are adapting to meet those needs. So now I'm going to move back to Sheng. I would like to ask you, given this funding needs that you mentioned that needs to be met, so what are the possibilities when it comes to funding green projects by tapping another capital market, specifically in your case, the Chinese capital market? So how can that provide another alternative?
Obrigado. Eu acho que felizmente a gente tem
Thank you. So fortunately, we have a whole finance chain here. Veronica, I agree to everything she said. We have a huge deficiency, especially when it comes to small projects, conservation, energy transition. But it's very important to understand that to do this financing, we need the banks to do this. And here in Brazil, we have only Santander as a foreign bank that is for small clients, and the Bank of China, for example, is only for big clients. So it is difficult to participate on the distribution of the small funds for the small producers. And what was said also in the bond market, I think Paula said this, on the bond market, we have no demand for conservation bonds, for long-term projects, for real transition economies. And this is a problem because we have a lot of risks. So interest rate in Brazil is very high. The investors would rather invest in short-term investments. As Fernanda said, and you think, well, here we have a gap. Where's the gap? The gap is that you have small clients and you have the big clients, but on both sides you have risks they don't want to cover. And then Fernanda told very nicely who is going to handle these risks when we talk an investment, low carbon investments. So we have multilateral agencies, we have BNDES, we have many agencies, and of course the governments. And here we have Bank of China, and I would like to make this clear. So Bank of China is a commercial bank, it's not a development bank. But what's the role of Bank of China here? So in China, we have the panda bonds markets in Somali, the official Chinese currency, and it's distributed on Chinese capital market. And as you know, the Chinese capital market is one of the biggest of the world. So if you think about the debt on the Chinese markets, we have $20 trillion. Just to have an idea, Bank of China has $4.3 trillion, but the debt market in China is $20 trillion at least. And here we see we have a huge market. How can I do the emission? And well, that's here. We have panda bonds. Panda bonds is there are not no corporate bonds. Here we have debentures in Brazil. That's some type of corporate bonds. Panda bonds, they don't have this restriction. Panda bonds, here we can they can be issued by a bank, the government, multilateral agency, for example, and the companies. Especially, and it is very important to highlight this, panda bonds, the issuers need to be foreigners. And just to have an idea of the panda bonds in China, last year we had a whole market. I think the emission was about $17 billion emissions in 1 year. Well, 17 is not that much, because if we think about debentures in Brazil, and Paula Fitch is going to say, well, we have 50 billion, but there's a detail. 50 billion are all the companies issuing here in Brazil. The panda bonds, from $17 billion, we have only foreign entities. And if we think about foreign entities issuing in Brazil, that's zero. So between 0 and 17 billion, that's a lot. And then I say, can give me an example. Yes, who issued panda bonds in China recently? Here we have the Egypt government, Hungary. They issued green panda bonds. And what's the difference between panda bonds and green panda bonds? So green ones are assets related to sustainability, social and green topics. So you need to be related. And second, and can be audited by internal agencies and need to have a report, social and sustainability report. And why am I telling this? Because governments can use panda bonds to give these resources to the banks. And that's what Egypt and Hungary do. And we have another very important segment that's one of the sponsors of our event. It's EAAB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And that's a bank. They issued sustainable bonds, 1 billion, I think, $975 million. So last year. So if you think, what are these agencies doing? So they are assuming the risk and giving the money for small and middle-sized producers. And the last of the companies, I just would like to state Mercedes-Benz. They had sustainable panda bonds. And if you think about these cases, where do we have the Bank of China here? That's the biggest coordinator of panda bonds in China. And the huge advantage to use panda bonds is they're cheaper when thinking of interest rates. So the American interest rates are 5%, just to state a number. And if you think about panda bonds, and they asked us not to show a PowerPoint, so I have no PowerPoint with the figures for you. But if you look, they have 2.5%, as interest rate with 5 years maturity. And if you think about energy transition projects, you need time, you need low interest rates, they need to be accessible. So BNDES would be the next. So welcome to China to make your panda bonds. And of course, the governments, you can have panda bonds in China, federal government got resources from United States with sustainability-linked bonds. So not only China, also the United States, but the advantage in China would be for a long term and lower interest rates. So this would be my contribution. And of course, let's not forget, Bank of China is the biggest coordinator of panda bonds in China. Of course, Bank of China does this.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask you, but you answered all my questions before I could ask you. It's interesting that the organization I worked for many years ago also tapped the Chinese capital market. It's not a Chinese entity, but it tapped the Chinese capital market. So I guess you could call it a panda bond as well, right? If it issued in China. Okay, right, great, thank you. You mentioned transition just now, and I want to redirect this question to Paula. How do you see transition-related instruments fitting into the regional markets? How are transition finance markets developing in Latin America?
Bom, acho que o mercado de títulos de transição ainda tem
sido transition bonds is quite very modest globally and also in our region. As I said, we expect a growth with the new taxonomies, including sustainable activities. But I think the biggest challenge of transition bonds, as Nicolas already said, is in the definition of transition. So the funding transition is funding carbon-intensive sectors to do everything more sustainable, and to define these parameters to improve necessary instruments. Here we have differences between the sectors and also the social, local, and political context. So what can we define as a transition in one place, maybe it's not the transition in another place. And this caused a lot of confusion and insecurity for the investors. Good news is that we hope for more guidelines for transition, as we had last year, and the taxonomies that are coming, and so this can be easier for the investors. We can avoid greenwashing and the lack of reputation. So the transition instruments are supported by social factors. So if we look at the just transition again, here have the social economical gaps and also the pressure of society to include social aspects in the development goals. So just transition including social goals. So the focus of transition, I would like to highlight this, is a transition of business model of the companies. So investors should invest. For them to invest, the companies need to show transition plans that are very robust and long term. So then the investors can trust and have no transition route from the government as we had in Japan, for example. So they had a guideline, they had a taxonomy in the transition. So if we don't have this in our region, the companies should define these transition plans, publish them, be aligned with science, and to show their commitment. So then, of course, investors can trust and can help the transition.
Thank you. It's interesting that you mentioned that one of the biggest issue is the definition of transition. Now I'm going to direct the next question to Veronica. It's related to that definition because you're in a bank, you face clients. So how do you see transition-related instruments fitting in alongside sustainable investments in the minds of the investors? Do you see these investors saying, transition bonds or transition instruments are just one of many types of sustainable instruments, and they don't care, where they sit, or do they see them very distinct? This is transition, this is sustainable. What do your clients see them as?
Bom, acho que eu vou começar aqui a resposta também, voltando pouquinho num ponto.
I think perhaps we should go back on what we mentioned before. We have different instruments, different investors, and different profiles. And when we talk about this new instruments, we are talking about instruments that are developed, but not yet distributed on the market. So because of the maturity of the sector and how we are developing these projects to foster sustainability to grow in Brazil. And we have, as I said, Santander has, of course, is a bank for small companies, but also for big companies, and a lot of structures we are talking about, we do with our big companies because it's very complex. We do this together with project finance and in really risky projects. And when we look how this is structured in the bank, we can attract different investors. So if we talk about the smaller projects, higher impact and sustainability, we look for investors that are investing the multilateral banks, and they really want this channel to grow. And this, in fact, investor looks in a different way. So our traditional investors, they don't look much about the specific projects in the market because they don't meet the needs of rentability and no long performance. Everything is still very new, and that's why we have different investments. But of course, when we create these structures, we need to put them on the market so then can be distributed in the future, and that's what we have been doing. But now to your question, I think we have different investors, but some segments are more mature.
So they're more similar to traditional investments, whereas other Others are very different in terms of maturity. And what we need right now to try to leverage these projects is for these investors to engage with these initiatives. And well, Santander talks to many of them very frequently, and we think that this is being positive. They're increasingly understanding the specificities of the market, and they're very specific. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. There's need for customization. We're talking about tailor-made solutions. And I think that the more we mature in this sector, the more we'll be able to attract other investors, and maybe not so specific investors.
Thank you very much. I see that we're running out of time, so I got one last question for Fernanda. In our desire to provide climate financing, in our desire to provide climate financing, are we potentially ignoring key risk factors? By that I mean, how concerned are you that greenwashing will derail our drive to green the financial sector?
Go em português? Tá bom. Eu acho que sobre greenwashing.
Well, about greenwashing, I'd say it's very hard because you see a large green check arriving saying, I want scale, I want rates, I want liquidity. And I used to say that immediately as somebody will appear in front of you saying, I'm going to give you all that. But it's not for real. So we really need checking. And one thing that we were discussing a while ago was taxonomy, regulation, and transparency. We need investors to check, not simply invest and not take a deep look into it. We need really to do a deep verification to understand that there is no greenwashing there. And that's just too natural because everybody wants to sell their products, and it's easier to sell and put on your green cape than really doing it. And by really doing it and spending time on a small product, going to the northern tip of Brazil, visiting small producers, helping entrepreneurs, because, you know, usually entrepreneurs are not prepared, and that's something else. We come across good entrepreneurs, but they're not yet ready for the market's language. So we need to give them technical assistance. We need to get more involved. We need to teach producers to work with accounting, administration, and all that. And that involves a lot of work. So it ends up being easier to do greenwashing when you say, well, I'm investing in this company, I'm investing in ESG, and there's a woman at the board. Well, that's easier. And really doing it, it takes a lot of work. Training clients involves a lot of work. And when it comes to retail, for instance, you have to train an entire workforce to teach clients to go deeply into each structure. That also requires a lot of hard work. In Brazil, we have what we call the jabuticabas. Brazilians like that. They like tax incentive. That's easier. It's an easy sell, you know. So it takes a lot of work to do it for real, and hence the greenwashing. And that's why I say that there is no escaping from regulation.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the session. I would like to sum up some of the things that we've talked about. We've heard about so many things today, a lot about transition, about blended finance, how the products here are very different from the rest of the world. And I think as much as the rest of the world has things to offer the region, this region has a lot to offer the rest of the world as well, especially in, I think, a lot of lessons on blended finance and social bonds. I think it will have a lot of lessons in there for a lot of other regions of the world. So I would like to say, please, I would like to extend my appreciation and thank you very much for our panel today.
Thank you. Obrigada.
Gostaria de convidá-los para uma foto, por favor. Uma.
I'd like to invite you to take a group photo, please. Can either stand or stay seated. Maybe standing up is more in line with the other photos that we took today.
Agora sim, muito obrigada. Vamos aplaudir os panelistas dessa mesa.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you once again. And now let's go over the rules for the next hour of breakout discussions. We're going to have 30 minutes of discussions.
Após o nosso painel de discussão, todos os participantes participarão de uma discussão de 30 minutos.
And all participants will participate in a 30-minute discussion in their tables. The participants of the last panel may participate as moderators, encouraging productive exchanges in their groups. And during the second half, the remaining 30 minutes, the closing of the session will be conducted by the representatives of each group, which will summarize the main aspects discussed. The slide will show you a few questions that were discussed during the session. Thank you.
Hi, I would like to encourage everyone, your tables, if you could have a discussion with your friends and your colleagues on the guiding questions, and the panelists will go around and try to get you to discuss those ideas, and so you have an idea of what you want to talk about and what you like to see.
No crescente crescimento, e foi colocado aqui no grupo, a questão da taxonomia.
About taxonomy, which is an instrument that will allow for a better understanding and a better adequacy concerning both emissions and the behavior of the company that's producing the emissions. That's our gist of our discussions.
Any other table? Any other table would like to speak? No.
Boa tarde, eu sou Felipe Daíon, corretora de seguros.
Good afternoon, I'm Felipe from Eon, an insurer. In our group, we talked about the emission of bonds. So we saw that the sustainability bond can be more flexible. I believe that companies may like this type of bond more because they can add their KPIs related to the type of transition they're making. The second question, we also discussed it, and we came to the conclusion that having a bigger market with the risk of greenwashing would be better than a smaller market without the risk of greenwashing, based on the fact that every market has flaws and players that do not comply with the market regulations. And there are, of course, there are no ways for you to eliminate greenwashing, but you can't mitigate the reputational risk of greenwashing if the company is not guilty. And that's something that we can do in insurance. That's a bit of what we discussed in the group. Thank you.
Olá, meu nome é Meire e eu trabalhei com a Kate.
Hello, my name is Mary.
Nós também nos concentramos na segunda questão.
We also focused on the second question, as low-ghg said. And considering the big versus small option, we both thought that we should try to find a compromise, given that making a high-risk investment to gain scale without considering the power of transformation in the field equates to a bad investment. So even though you may accelerate a transition without leaving a transformation consolidated in the field through knowledge, capabilities, so that this potential small market can grow over time and be sustainable through the market mechanisms, but rather instructing and giving the conditions, because of course it's not enough to just tell people how to do something, but rather you should give them the conditions to do monitoring, reporting, and verification. But of course, you should always provide the tools to these small and mid-sized players so that they can be sustainable over time in their transition.
Hi. I haven't discussed here today, but as an advisor and also an external reviewer of bonds, we get very often pitched about some impact theses or different use of proceeds or different KPIs. So I would like to share my dream bond, if you will, and perhaps we'll together here we'll have ideas on how to implement it. And taking on the idea, some suggestions which were addressed in the last panel, how can we do things in the Amazon? How can we, for instance, regenerate degraded land in the Amazon in a way which is sustainable, but also can be placed as a financial product. We could think about issue an Amazon bond, but I would like to go further. So let's regenerate with cocoa, right? Which is something natural from the Amazon region. And then if we're able to pull that together, we can call it a chocolate bond. So please join me in implementing this one. Thank you.
Alô, boa tarde. Sou Feltrin, sou do Instituto Cicobi.
Hello, my name is Feltrin from the CCOB Institute. It's a credit cooperative system. We had a great discussion with Darlene and David. Darlene is a journalist and David is from Aqua Capital. And before the discussion, there was an idea. Somebody said it's great to talk about sustainability in a comfortable, air-conditioned place. So congratulations to the organizers, but I would suggest that we have this type of event in a small city far from the big capitals of Brazil, maybe in an indigenous reserve, so that we can look at reality. First thing is, we need to raise awareness both among investors and the beneficiaries of the resources, because sustainable resources are not cheap. If you look at any country in terms of creditors, that's scary. So how can we raise awareness among both parties? If we go back to what I do, the credit cooperative, it works with two main segments, social bonds and also green bonds. Because credit cooperatives, as mentioned in the beginning, they focus on rural credit. And in Brazil, the credit cooperatives are second only to the Bank of Brazil, and they'll fund a large portion of the agricultural crop 2024. And it has a focus on small entrepreneurs, classes C, D, and E. And that's why it's important that in the case of agriculture, that we have green bonds, and in the case of people, that we have social bonds. But we need to raise awareness among both parties when it comes to cost, because in order for you to categorize a bond as social, green, or impact, there's a high cost. And this takes us back to the previous question, which is taxonomy, which is a big hindrance to all of us. We're a tropical country, a big producer of vegetable and animal protein, and we're measured against the taxonomy of countries from the Northern Hemisphere. So we need to have our own taxonomy urgently. And one last aspect, considering the rural aspect and the Amazon, Brazil will be chairing the G20, and we'll have COP30 in Belém next year, and everybody has their eyes turned to the Amazon. The IDB and BNDES are on an intense journey to bring funds to the Amazon region, not only to Brazil, but all of the 7 out of the 9 countries that comprise the legal Amazon. But Brazil's biggest problem is land regulation. Only 5% of properties have their rural registry updated. Not because they don't want to update it, but because they can't. Because back in the 70s, the state brought people from all over Brazil to the Amazon with small plots of land, and they were totally covered by forests. And the recommendation was that they should occupy those plots of land. And in doing so, they started cutting the trees. Now there's a new law or a new interpretation of a law from 1954 stating that those lands could not be occupied. So how can we regularize that? So land regulation is extremely important for producers that want to produce legally can regularize their land so that they can have access to the financial instruments and have access to green, sustainable bonds. Thank you.
Bom, eu sou o Itaú. A gente estava numa mesa aqui com 2 bancos e uma investidora de impacto. Então, sobre a questão 1, a gente acabou não se concentrando tanto nos títulos, mas mais em como trazer outros instrumentos para dentro dessa conversa, né? Então, principalmente o mercado de crédito. E aí a gente esbarrou novamente na questão da taxonomia, porque quando a gente pensa no mercado de crédito de instituições financeiras, em crédito sustentável, crédito verde, existe uma dificuldade de como classificar. E sem ter como classificar, existe até mesmo uma dificuldade de comparar. Então, a Cecília aqui comentou que
to categorize it, it's also hard to compare it. And as Cecilia was saying, she opens up Itaú's report and she sees a number of sustainable portfolios, as well as with Bradesco's or other banks' portfolios. Well, that's because we do not have clear ways to make this categorization. We think that taxonomy will be important in that regard. But there's another important aspect to consider, which is the applicability of taxonomy. We talked about the taxonomy of the EU, and we cannot apply that to Brazil. That's clear enough. But even with the EU's taxonomy, there are some learnings that need to be taken into account in terms of how they've been applying taxonomy and etc. We have to consider all that. About the second question, we didn't come to a consensus, but I think it's worth mentioning a few things that were raised among us. And the first one is defining the market size, if it's a large or a small market. And I really like the perspective of finding a common ground or a compromise. In terms of greenwashing, we have to define what green is. We need to define what lies outside of the criterion of being green. But for that, we need a clear and comparable definition. And once again, regulation and taxonomy can play an important role in this regard to tell us what lies within this categorization. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Olá, tudo bem? Eu sou Vanessa do HSBC. Somos todos aqui do
Hello,
HSBC.
I'm Vanessa from HSBC. We're all from HSBC, credit, business, and product departments. And well, following along the lines of Itaú, about the first question, we didn't talk about bonds specifically. We talked about sustainable and green financing. So from that perspective, what we believe it would be more likely for our customers to use over the course of the next 12 months. We understand that the corporate side of things focuses on green finances or green loans because it's a user proceeds financing, as we call it. So they end up focusing the financing on energy transition, which is initially simpler to analyze because you don't have to question taxonomy and all that. And that's followed by sustainability linked loans, which require KPI analysis and a greater complexity in terms of sitting down with the customers and discussing what the KPIs are. And lastly, social loans, are more related to raising awareness of what social loans are when you talk to the finance department of companies. And that's something that we've been focusing on to bring about this perspective of gender equality and related issues. And if you look at the second aspect, we talked extensively about it. And there's one thing. When you talk about transition and the urgency of this transition, you should not limit it based on your appetite for risk. And if you work in the financial market, it ends up happening. We talked extensively about the appetite for risk and the challenges for a bank to analyze a startup that's a newcomer to the economy with new technologies. And there's a big challenge in trying to foster that. But at the same time, the urgency of the climate issue and transition could not limit that. So initially, our perspective was that there are more operations going on, there are more customers engaged, so we'll have more experiences. And by us, I mean companies, sectors, and banks will have several sets of experiences, which will help us mature and learn with the opportunity risks and sector risks and credit risks and new things that might happen. So initially, that's what we discussed. Of course, we adopt a conservative perspective. So coming to a common ground would make sense. Thinking about export agencies and development banks working along with the banks, that does make sense. But I think that the conclusion is that you cannot limit the evolution of this transition and consider a financing perspective only based on our appetite for credit and with the traditional perspective. We need to have a new perspective with greater appetite so that the markets can mature, the products can mature, and we can evolve in this transition with the required urgency. Thank you.
Aqui a nossa mesa é uma mesa de terceiro setor. A Karine do low-ghg aqui.
This is a third sector table. Karine from ICS and the and Climate Ventures and CDP, a global organization. We answered both questions. Concerning the first one, the investors' preference for green or sustainable social bonds versus sustainability-linked bonds. Well, our opinion about this market of themed bonds, the relevance of selecting the right KPIs is fundamental. You cannot focus on reducing energy consumption if the bond is issued by a company that does not operate in that industry. You should always focus on the company's most relevant KPI to improve their social and climate performance. And that applies to sustainability linked and also green and social bonds. In the case of a systemic perspective and investors that want to become more aligned with sustainable development, sustainability bonds are more interesting because it considers the development of the company as a whole and brings about evident advantages for the company. Because if when the bond was issued, they calculated that the performance improvement would involve a certain cost over a course of 5 years, but due to gain in internal efficiency, the cost ends up being smaller, they'll benefit from that efficiency in use. In the case of green and social bond, they would have to find a way to spend the money that is has been stamped, so to speak, for that green project. And of course, from the perspective of more conservative investors, they might prefer, for instance, a pension fund. They might prefer a social, sustainable, or green bond where the interest rate is predefined and will not vary. But from a perspective of investors with greater appetite for creating positive impacts, we understand that it is clearly preferable to have sustainability-linked bonds.
So if we have bigger and less regulated market, we believe that looking on the long term, we would rather like a smaller market, starting small, with a good regulation, but not too rigid. So we should have minimal standards for our regulation, should be growing step by step, and be more sophisticated with more maturity. Shouldn't be so strict to make the market impossible. So, and that's what other groups also said. So small, not too small, and growing step by step.
Is there any other groups who like? Oh, everyone has spoken. Oh, yeah.
Ela chamou, mas não quer começar. Ela vai complementar. Deixa eu levantar. Eu sou a Laura, da AgroIcone.
Is Laura from Econy. In our group, we are think tanks, consultants, and some guys here of funds. And we talked not exactly about the three topics, but we talked that we need more intermediate bonds, not huge and with a high volume for sophisticated great companies, but not too small, only for philanthropy. So we need some options for middle-sized financing and also medium complexity. So looking in terms of guarantees and looking at the real life of small and middle-sized companies and farms, they sometimes have difficulties in exchange with a very complex market, and perhaps you can comment on this. We found this question a bit weird, like we were conduced to say. So the question was a bit strange. But when we started talking about this and the risks, and we asked the moderator, we really agree that it's important to simplify this in the beginning to get some volume. And then, of course, the rules can get more and more sophisticated, not relaxing, but how a bank, a retail bank can bring his experiences or rural credits. Here we have agencies in the whole country, how we can be a simple mechanism to make things easier for small companies. I think that's it from our side. Yes, and we have more questions than answers in our group. We talked about business, small business in the Amazon, and also how can we support this small businesses with all the restrictions we have locally. So it's another ecosystem. It's different from ours, and it's different from traditional ways. How can we support this, and what would be the local metrics? For example, in Xingu, the success would be different from our vision of success. How do we measure this?
Any last speaker from any table? I think maybe we've covered all the tables already. So I think thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. Really appreciate hearing all your thoughts and comments. Thank you very much.
Bom, teremos agora o último painel dessa tarde.
Well, now we're going to have the last session, Frameworks and Enabling Environment for Sustainable Finance. We are going to call the moderator Majun. He's chairman of president of IFS and CACI. And for the discussion, Natalie Vidua, Officer of Investor Protection and Assistance from the Brazil Exchange Commission. We want to have Sheila Alves, Brazil Program Manager for Climate Bonds Initiatives, Luciane Moesa, Executive and Technical Director and Founder of CIS, and Rogério Studart, Senior Fellow of SEBRI, Ben Wiseman, Executive Director for Capital Mobilization from GFunds.
Okay. Shall we start? Yep. Okay, thank you very much for staying for the last session, which is on the policy framework for sustainable finance. Now, let me kick off on sort of description on the framework. My understanding, partially based on my experience of leading the drafting of the Chinese policy documents on green finance back nearly 10 years ago, and also a lot of involvement in international platforms on G20 discussion, on NGFS, and a lot of bilateral discussion, is that there are 5 key elements in the policy framework for sustainable finance. Number one, we need to have some definitions of green sustainable activities. And there could be different approaches in defining such activity, including taxonomy, including what we call principle-based approach. And secondly, we need a disclosure requirement. And I guess globally we are converging towards ISSB. But initially, they were very diverse. For example, in China back 10 years ago, we were talking about only project-based disclosure on environmental benefits. And the third element is the range of financial products, because we need to serve the very diverse demand from the real economy. So we need all kinds of different products for short-term, for long-term, for those who can tolerate risk, for insurance products, for equity products, and so on and so forth. Not just one, but a suite of products. And the fourth thing is what we call policy incentives, because a lot of green sustainable projects are not making much money initially, and but they are something we need to encourage from the government perspective. They generate the environmental benefits, they reduce carbon and so on. So the government needs to do something to make them more bankable, at least for a couple of years. And this is what we call policy incentives. And finally, it's a point of capacity building, largely because the ecosystem of sustainable finance is a very complex one. In many of these elements, it's hugely technical. It's not something you can read just from a document and implement tomorrow. And you have to do a lot of hand-holding, a lot of demonstration, and capacity building in general. So these are the 5 key elements. But exactly what it means, I'd like to illustrate a little bit with my experience of working on this in China. Back nearly 10 years ago, I was a chief economist in the central bank. And we began to develop some proposal for the central government on establishing a framework for green finance. And that was middle of 2014. I led a team to draft 14 recommendations. The opportunity was that at that time, China was very polluting in terms of air quality. I'm not sure if you were there back 10 years ago. Everybody was wearing masks, not because of COVID, but because of the air pollution. So the government wanted a lot of money to fix air pollution. And at that time, we estimated that the annual amount of financing we need for dealing with pollution is 4 trillion RMB. But the government can only come up with 10% of that. I think a similar number, in Brazil. So 90% of the financing has to come from the private sector, the banking, insurance, pension, and the capital markets. So that was the starting point of the conversation between our financial community and the central government. Because you need to beg me to come up with money, and I need to tell you what to do to help me to raise money. So we told them about the 4 pillars and 5 pillars. That's in our proposal. So almost immediately, I think within half a year, the central government instructed the central bank to organize a sort of a consortium of different ministries to develop the green finance guidelines. So I took this job. In fact, in 2015, I spent most of the year organizing 7 ministries drafting the green finance guideline. Now that's a key. It's a coordinated approach. It has to be a coordinated approach, because all these different elements of the ecosystem or the framework, they belong to different ministries. For example, a central bank regulates the banks. The banking regulator, insurance regulator, they regulate banks and insurance. The security regulator regulates the capital markets. The environmental ministry that deal with the reporting of the environmental measurement, carbon accounting, and all of that. Ministry of Finance has the money to subsidize, to provide incentive. And also NDRC, which is another agency, they do the planning of these major infrastructure projects. For example, renewable energy, transportation, like a railway and all of that. So we have to work together. Any single agency, for example, central bank, is not able to build a green financial system. Right? We have to work together. And the beauty of that is the central government asks us to coordinate. It's not me in the central bank coordinating with the other ministries. And oftentimes, I ask the central government head office, which is called Central Leading Group of Economic Finance under the president. They host a meeting, and I sort of coordinate the meeting. That's how the coordination actually works. And in one of the conversations I had with the Minister of Finance, I said, we need 5 incentives from you. Initially, the reaction, no, 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 no. Then after coordination, they say yes, yes, yes to 3 of the 6. So that's the beauty of a coordination. And at the end of the day, we came up with 35 actions from the 7 ministries, which covers all the elements. The taxonomy is in that, the disclosure is in that, the financial products in that, and the incentive in that. And of course, a little bit of capacity building. So with this framework, which we officially published in 2016, China now has developed the largest lending market for green finance, which is 30 trillion RMB outstanding. And we have developed also the largest green bond market, now 2.5 trillion outstanding. So that's just a little story of how coordination is important and how the different elements, building block, need to be working together rather than to be done in silo. So this is a little introduction to this session. Let me start by asking our panelists on the areas they're specialized in with respect to these key building blocks. So I'll start with Natalia, okay. Right? Natalia Video, who is Officer of Investor Protection and Assistance from Brazilian Exchange Commission. So obviously you're dealing with the disclosure. And can you describe a little bit of the current status of the disclosure framework in the country and your plan to introduce more stringent and maybe eventually compulsory disclosure requirements?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Majun. Hello, everyone. I'm honored with the opportunity to discuss sustainable finance with you and share capital markets perspective. And on behalf of CVM, I thank the organizers for the invitation. And now I'm going to switch to Portuguese, if that's okay. Eu me chamo Nathalie.
My name is Nathalie Vidual. I'm Officer of Investor Protection and Assistant of Brazilian Exchange Commission.
Ok, eu sou superintendente de proteção e orientação.
Officer of Investor Protection and Assistance of the Brazilian Regulator of Capital Market. And now you ask, what does this has to do with sustainable agenda? And every time we try to develop a new investment culture, education initiatives, capacity building are very, very important. And that's exactly what we are talking about. And my sector has a team dedicated to promote sustainable finances in capital markets. So we did a lot of studies, projects. We participated on national and international discussion forums, and especially we are leading and coordinating the action plan of sustainable finances of CVM with 17 initiatives to accelerate and to expand this topic of sustainable finances in our capital markets. What do we want with these action plans? What are our goals? So first of all, we would like to increase transparency. We're doing a lot of requests of information for risk factors, opportunities, ESG, climate. So since 2021, we have been improving our regulation system to have more transparency and quality of information. We try to educate participants on the market with orientation, best practices, because that's what we want. We want to increase the quality of data, and we would like to improve comparability. And we published a report that investor still sees a trust gap in this agenda. So we are very concerned about transparency and comparability of these information. So that's where we focus. We want to mitigate the greenwashing risk and increase the offer of sustainable products. That's very important. We would like to propose a specific category of investment funds where you can invest 100% of your portfolio and carbon credits in the voluntary and also the regulated market. All this together, and our bigger goal is to give the investor opportunities for impact. We want to accelerate private capital to finance impact projects, to increase climate commits and the SDGs. And CVM, we are one of the partners of the lab. We founded this in 2017 together with PID, GIZ, and we have there a multi-sectorial forum with different actors, private sector, civil society, government institutions are also there discussing with us.
I'm immensely proud of the work the lab's been
Estudos, relatórios e entregas que são relevantes e tangíveis também. Eu gostaria de destacar o trabalho que a gente está fazendo, principalmente na área de taxonomia, de blended finance e do mercado de carbono. São trabalhos muito valiosos. A gente viu reflexos, inclusive, aí para a construção da taxonomia sustentável oficial. E para a CVM é muito importante a gente ter esse contato com diferentes stakeholders, ouvir dos especialistas, ter essa troca de experiências, principalmente num tema que é urgente, que está em constante transformação e a gente precisa acelerar essa agenda. E o Lab é um ambiente maravilhoso para que isso possa acontecer, na interação do regulador com especialistas na área de sustentabilidade, a gente tenta trazer o que a gente aprende no Lab para dentro da nossa atividade de regulação, supervisão e enforcement. Então, assim, para fechar essa primeira parte, a CVM tem trabalhado com bastante afinco para promover as finanças sustentáveis no âmbito do mercado de capitais. Né, vou falar mais para frente, mas a gente foi o primeiro país a endossar as regras IFRS S1 e S2, que são regras internacionais de elaboração e divulgação de relatórios de sustentabilidade e clima. A gente fica muito orgulhoso, né, desse trabalho. E queremos, né, posicionar a CVM, temos o objetivo de posicionar a CVM como um líder na expansão das finanças sustentáveis. Vou passar a palavra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chenling, can you change another? I somehow don't get English in the second half. But thank you, Natalie. Let me maybe come back to you with some questions, but you can get prepared on ISSB adoption.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe in the second round.
Yeah.
So now let me move on to Sheila Alves from Brazil program of Climate Bond Initiative. I know CBI very well. We started working with Sean more than 10 years ago. Actually, Sean was part of our China Green Finance Task Force back in 2014. So just describe a little bit of your work in Brazil and your involvement in taxonomy development, both for Brazil and Latin America in general.
So thank you very much, Majun, for the invitation to be here. I'm sure Sean would be pleased to be here in Brazil, but unfortunately he had some other commitments abroad. So I'm here very happily representing Climate Bonds Initiative. For the ones who doesn't know the organization, we are, well, I'm going to switch to Portuguese, if that's okay, Dr. Majun. Bom, a Climate Bonds Initiative é uma organização internacional que trabalha pela mobilização do capital global para a ação climática. A gente está presente aí, em mais de 25 países, com mais de 100 funcionários espalhados pelo mundo, e trabalha muito próximo, então, de governos, do mercado de capitais.
We work very closely with the governments of the capital market and the main stakeholders. The focus of our work, in addition to what we do in terms of developing taxonomies, which is what we are going to cover here today, is also focused on the development of markets for the labeled bonds, and we have our certification method. The labeling of bonds can be certified under the criteria of climate bonds. We also do capacity building, promoting training, workshops, technical capabilities, whether it is for financial institutions or the government. We also engage with investors and market intelligence. We have a database with all of the data about labeled bonds issued around the world, some of which do not comply with the CBI standards, and they do not go into the database. But we issue an annual report on sustainable finance, where we present all of the emission statistics from around the world. And it's great to hear from other panelists today. During the morning session, they were talking about the emission of the issuance of green bonds. It was a market of 20 million. And according to our latest research, only in green bonds, there's over $3 trillion. So there's a lot of information on our website. And well, since almost everybody talked about their initiatives, yesterday we launched the report about SOPs, talking about this discussion about what a quality parameter it would be in terms of issuing this type of bond. But anyway, since today we'll talk about policy framework, I'd like to give you some of the perspective of CPI's engagement and the participation in the development of taxonomies. We have CPI's own taxonomy. It was developed back in 2012. It was a pioneer in the taxonomy market. and it also influenced the development of the taxonomy of EU. The CBI was an important part in these discussions of what the taxonomy in the EU would be like, and obviously it's leading the development of taxonomy in other regions and countries. In addition to that, our certification scheme also had a fundamental role. There was a discussion about what sectors would apply these technical criteria discussed under this taxonomy so that this technical benchmark could be offered, or clear guidelines about what could be considered green or not in a specific sector of the economy. So CBI's taxonomy, it continues to be a very important reference in the markets, and today we'll cover it a bit more for Latin American region.
Thank you. She asked you this question, which sounds funny. The Chinese taxonomy, the first one, back 11 years ago, is one-pager. It's only 10 lines. The second version, 2015, I led the drafting of that, was 10-pager, 31 items. The third version was 60 pages with 211 items. And the European one is 600 pages. Yeah. How many pages you have you try to develop for the Brazil one?
I guess Matias will be in a better place to discuss that, specifically for the Brazilian taxonomy. But we are going to have many sectors included in the Brazilian taxonomy. So I think it's going to be something similar to 600 pages, Matias. I'm not sure. We are about to see. But on the CBI taxonomy, we have now approximately 12 to 13 different sectors. In some other sectors that we are still developing, and some others that are going to be developed in the future. But we are also working in a very new taxonomy that I don't think there's any similar one around. It's for adaptation and resilience. So this is something that it's quite new at CBI that we are developing as well.
Yeah, my initial reaction is that it has to adapt to local condition, especially capacity and needs. 600 pages may be applicable to Europe, right? Very high capacity, a lot of data, and a lot of PhDs that can implement that stuff. But one page certainly is too small because it involves a lot of greenwashing, in fact, if you make it too simple. 60 pages is the right amount for China. And I'm not sure how much you think is appropriate for Brazil. Anyway, let's move on to our third speaker, Luciana Moisia, right? Moisia, sorry. Executive and Technical Director and founder of SIS. Now, the list of questions are many involving taxonomy, ESG, and all of that. But maybe just your perspective towards the framework question. How do you see, from your perspective, the sustainable finance framework, especially policies, should be constructed?
Well, let me introduce a little bit my organization first, I think, because we are the youngest here. So Sustainable Inclusive Solutions is a Brazilian think tank, Brazilian-based think tank founded in 2022 with the mission to strengthen the connection between the financial system and sustainable development. Our strategy to achieve that is based in three work streams, three main axes. Stronger financial regulations, so stronger policy frameworks. Of course, besides national financial regulations, we do believe global volunteer standards are key, such as ISSB S1 and S2, such as TNFD, which is key for Latin America, and so on. Second, we believe capacity building. Of course, if we have very sophisticated regulations that nobody is able to implement, we won't get anywhere. And the third is ESG transparency, data that the financial sector is able to use in order to manage environmental, climate, and social risks and opportunities. So both sides. Risk management, avoid to cause damage to the economy and to the society as a whole, and enjoy the immense opportunities that we still have unexploited to create positive impact and to finance the sustainable transition. So, as I worked before in our Brazilian banking regulator, of course, and also being a lawyer in my previous life, as I used to say, I give a strong emphasis to the role of financial regulations. So I think, of course, regulations should never somehow discourage market creativity. And there are visionaries everywhere in Brazil, in Europe, in China, that don't need regulators to demonstrate, to tell them that it's in their own interest that climate, environmental, and social factors are integrated in the decision-making, but they are a very small portion of the market. So most of the market needs regulators to give some guidelines in order to mainstream. Okay, so we need stronger and clearer and participatory, also constructed based in a dialogue with market and other stakeholders to mainstream ESG integration in all the parts of the financial market: banking, capital markets, insurance, and pensions. So some market laggards even won't make this integration without proper enforcement. So we need guidelines, we need supervision, and we need enforcement if there is resistance. These regulations should be complemented with capacity building activities, definitely. And also, if there is not enough ESG data available, there's not much that the financial sector can do in terms of environmental, climate, and social risk management, because the first step of risk management and also opportunities management is identification of risks and opportunities. So if there are no data, there's not much that can be done. I just want to emphasize that in terms of data, disclosures are key, but disclosures in a market like Brazil, for example, they apply only to stock exchange listed companies. That means only about 400 companies that are in our stock exchange. Of course, there are others that are listed elsewhere in the world, are listed abroad, but we cannot forget SMEs, and for that we need other sources of data. And also we should always remember that we need to focus both performance, ESG performance, and compliance. How can we talk about green, about positive environmental, climate, and social impact, while a big part of the market doesn't even comply with environmental regulations in Brazil, like the Forest Code? So, first of all, compliance, which is minimum, and then, of course, the best performance should be encouraged with better conditions, better interest rates, better limits, better conditions in terms of guarantees, any time of grace periods, any time of incentive that is possible for the financial market without harm. Profitability is needed also to be able to transform our economy into a really sustainable economy, both in the financial, social, and environmental aspects. In a nutshell, that's it.
Thank you, Luciana. In the first half of your conversation, you talked a lot about regulation. I worried because regulation means costs, right? A lot of market participants say, you wanted me to do so many things, increase my cost, and I lose profitability. But I'm glad that at the end you said we need incentives. Now, I'd like to switch to the incentive a little bit. just to give you a few examples of how we in China did incentive. For example, central bank gives cheap money to the green projects through commercial banks. And that was a couple of years ago, we offered in a central bank facility 1.75% interest rate to the green projects. That's about 2 percentage points lower than the market. That's a lot of incentive, right? 200 basis points. And some local governments offer interest subsidies, 50 basis points, 100 basis points. And some local governments, they subsidize the verification. If you go for green bond verification, they pay for you. Now, are there incentives around green finance here by giving real benefits from the fiscal authority, from the regulator, so that they are, on the one hand, incurring additional costs because they have to be compliant with new regulation reporting standard. On the other hand, they get money back from the government.
Very good point, Majun. I have colleagues of central bank here that maybe could explore even more than me, still working there with sustainability, but concerning the regulatory rules, I can definitely explore. Since 2011 in Brazil, environmental and social risk management are expected to be integrated in ICAP, okay? And in 2021, this was further strengthened. So in terms of capital requirements, now since 2021, also climate separately, climate, environment, and social risks are expected to be integrated in ICAP. In practice, how often and how intensely this has been applied, I'm not completely sure. Central Bank has published, as Isabella told us this morning, annual sustainability reports, but this is not a topic that has been disclosed, so I'm not sure. In terms of market, I think it's also interesting to remember that some pioneers have already measured if there is any correlation between the level of environment and social risks and the default rate. And the first bank that did this in Brazil is a Dutch bank, a global Dutch bank, Rabobank. And in Brazil, as in other countries that is not their home country, Netherlands, they only operate with agribusiness, okay? Lending and investment. And they started to measure many years ago if there is such correlation, and they conclude there is a strong correlation. The higher the environment and social risk, the higher the default rate. Based on that data, performance data in a relevant period, they integrated the level of environment and risk performance into the interest rates because it made sense. So this is something that, so market itself has already concluded that is relevant. And I think we need more studies like that, correlating, because there are some global studies, but in Brazil, the only one I am aware of is this pioneer study of Rabobank, who has been published. In China, there were a couple of studies because you have green credit guidelines since 2011, the first ones, right? And in 2015, November 2015, I was in Beijing, sponsored by WWF China. At that point, I still worked for the Central Bank of Brazil, so there was a bilateral meeting. I represent the Central Bank of Brazil at that meeting with China Banking and Regulatory Commission. At that point, insurance was not included. And I heard the data that I was really impressed about, and I put in my report to our board of directors at that point, regarding the default rate for green loans versus traditional loans in China. And that had been measured at that point for 2 years, and they found out that the average default rate in China was 2%, but for green loans, it was only 0.4% at that point. That really demonstrates again that the greener the activity, the project, the lower the default rate, so, or the non-performing rate. So there are real incentives to integrate these factors actually. Of course, this doesn't mean it's an easy task. It is complex, as we have been listening the whole day, but it pays off.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the banks offering incentives to green sustainable lending by themselves. It's an internal incentive which is allocated to support green, and they reduce the non-green exposure. But I was asking the Minister of Finance whether the government can give you incentive, right? So that was a conversation which I'll get Matthias to be involved later.
Excuse me, Majum, can I add a contribution to that question? I think the development of the official taxonomy in Brazil is really necessary and important, so we can give incentives like that, so we can lend money with a lower rate. We need the taxonomy, so market participants, financial institutions are more comfortable to classify the project or the instrument labeled as green or social. Once there is the necessary, once these market participants are comfortable enough, I think we are going to be able to give those types of incentives.
I totally agree. Taxonomy is the basis for allocating incentives. Now, let me move on to our two speakers online. We have Rogerus Stuart Dutt. I'm sorry about maybe the incorrect pronunciation of last name, senior fellow from...
That was the best pronunciation ever.
Yeah, so Roger, can you talk about the regional version of the common ground taxonomy, which can facilitate probably cross-border green capital flows in the region?
Majid, I was going to talk about that. Allow me to step back a little bit because I was, first of all, let me start by thanking you and the other four organizers for this invitation. But allow me to step back a little bit because I think that the panel being on enabling environment and policy framework requires a little bit of reflection on some things that you have said about the Chinese experience. And I think I'll make myself clear about that. I think that climate finance it's not in historical terms, is not much difference from financing transformations in the past. Significant transformations. So you have, for instance, the second industrial revolutions of the latecomers, when there was a national desire to catch up and you need to mobilize resources. I'm talking about the cases, for instance, of the United States, Germany, Japan, countries that industrialized later as a mission. And there was a significant need to mobilize resources to entertain that transformation. And then you had, for instance, the emerging markets miracle. Brazil had significant transformations in the early 70s, and then later on, which was related to the 50s and then the 70s, which had to do industrialization. Most of the great transformations had to do with industrialization. And then you had other missions that were put forth by nations, for instance, the race to the moon. And I've been watching a series about that, and I read a lot. Well, you can see how the need to mobilize resources to push a very significant transformation in technology, but also frameworks in the United States and then the Soviet Union, for instance. And then you had the technological transformations that happened after the race towards the internet, and now that you have it nowadays in Europe, in the United States, but also East Asia. And you can see that all these transformations, they are three basically models of mobilizing resources. One is to use the public sector, full stop. I mean, the United States has decided to do its Inflation Reduction Act. It has a capacity to use its own budget. It did it. Europe did a little bit different, which is a mix between public financing and private financing, using crowding in, bringing the market, but using its public institutions to do that. And what is really new, and I'm just giving examples because I found your initial remarks, Majun, very interesting, and I think we should explore them. What is new about financing transformation in relation to climate change is the urgency of the matter and the amount of funds that need to be mobilized. And this is where we had to think outside the box, including about how governments and private sector act together and in order to achieve this mobilization. And in order to do that, you have to, and this is, Majun, when you said, I was very impressed by what you said. I have been following what China has been doing on climate finance, but demonstrates a little bit of what I'm going to say here. What do you need in order to mobilize those resources and to bring, private players into this game, since you have to mobilize so much in such a short period of time? First, you have to have a very clear and transparent action plan. And you should connect the action plan to investments. You have to select the sectors that you want to address. And that's when you said, oh, we have a taxonomy. But as a matter of fact, what you did is you developed taxonomy. At the same time, you define what were the sectors that you wanted to decarbonize in order to achieve your transition. The second thing, you have to have a financial environment that leads to patient capital that is consistent, has costs and maturity consistent with the plan. Meaning, you have to have a cost of capital that is reduced and is capable of addressing the risks associated with transformation. Also, when we're talking about one macroeconomic price, which is interest rates, but we can talk also about exchange rate. Having a macroeconomic environment leading to low cost, long-term finance is critical. Third, you need to connect the actors and coordinate them. This is really important. And Majun, you have said that, and this happened not only in China, but it happened in other countries that have been, either later or right now pursuing transition. It's happening in the United States now, but it uses a different kind of coordination mechanism, basically using its own budget and projecting a vision to the market where this is going from now on. This is important both for investors, but also for the financiers and financial investors. The third thing is to create what I call a lingua franca, which means a common language between these actors. And that is not just taxonomy. I think it rules of the games. It's important to define the rules of the games. Create taxonomies which says, this is what we think it is important to decarbonize. This is where we're going. This is what taxonomy should be. So that people understand, those are the main players in the game, understand what it's going to do. Second, have transparency and disclosure, and a capacity to monitor and provide those players with understanding where this is all going. Then you have, in order to proceed with this transformation, you have to create the pipelines of projects that are going to back the issuance of debt or securities that are necessary to mobilize those resources. Without those projects, if you don't have the capacity to generate those projects, you do not have the capacity to create the assets, because you need the projects, you need the investments, you need the business that are going, at the end of the day, to back the issuance of these instruments. Finally, you have to find ways to communicate, to put all together and find the specific and the specialized investors that would be interested in different types of pipelines of investments. For instance, if you're developing a project on sanitation, it's going to be very difficult to get the private sector, but you have some philanthropy that would be interested in doing that. You have to understand what are the requirements and what are the procedures of these philanthropies or whoever is going to finance that from the origination of the projects. And finally, of course, you have to be able to implement, monitor, and calibrate and learn. Having said that, I think this is when we're talking about enabling an environment, we have to remember that all these pieces have to come together. If you do not put all these pieces together, of course they're going to move in different paces, but you have to have the whole picture in order to make a move. Of course, in China, because of the economic system that you have, you have had experience in doing that kind of coordination. In many other countries, particularly the countries in Latin America and Brazil, putting this enabling environment together, this 7 pieces, is the most significant challenge. And I think this is what the government is trying to do, the current government is trying to do, and they're working together, all the economic team, from the central bank, the Ministry of Finance, all the ministries, having a vision and now trying to create the lingua franca together. But it needs to be accelerated in order to get the transformation that you need. So I'm going to stop here. I didn't want to talk about taxonomy just by itself, because I think that we can miss the point that taxonomy is just a way to create a language that allows the actors, the main actors, to communicate and understand where they are going. So I know I have 10 minutes, and I have 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll stop here for the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. You talk about a lot of coordination related issues. Of course, there are coordination between different government agencies, coordination between public sector. But I'd like to mention one more coordination issue, which is between projects and finance. There's a big problem of information asymmetry, which has blocked a lot of transactions. Now, one good example in China is that starting from 7 years ago, we created a lot of regional pilot program for green finance. And one of the cities in these pilots, they created a project matching platform, which is an information database. On the one hand, all the projects are invited to just post their information on projects into the database. On the other hand, all the banks in the city are invited to join. And the banks can compete for the project. Whoever come first, they will get the deal. So I heard a story of a farmer posting a sustainable agriculture project on the platform, and within 30 minutes, he gets a bank call saying, I want to finance your project. So that's the beauty of this thing. It shortens the duration for project getting financed and substantially enhance the success rate of the project matching. Roger, you have any comments?
No, I don't have a question, but what you said, it was so perfect. Because what you need to do, I normally say, even though I'm a macroeconomist and specialize in finance, I always say, finance should be the first thing that you think about, the last thing that comes into the story. You have to originate projects and pipelines of projects, thinking on how you're going to secure funding at the end of the project development. You have to think for and creating a database. And by the way, the National Development Bank and other Brazilian public banks have been creating that database, but they use it for themselves. Creating that database and allowing more people to bring into the database the projects and matching that immediately with the sources of funding so you can build. We talk about bankable projects. We have to talk about projects that are attractive for specific investors and financiers. So I think what you said is perfect, but I guess I failed to communicate that. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
Yeah, the beauty of the government launching this information platform is that the government actually does the green checking verification for the private sector. You need to meet the minimum requirement against the taxonomy and other requirements before you can be included in the database. So actually substantially reduce the cost transaction cost for the project owner or for the project bank, for the banks, because the due diligence is largely done by the government for free for the market participants. Okay, let me move on to our fifth speaker, Ben Wiseman, who is the Executive Director for Capital Mobilization at GFANZ. Can I see him? Ben, are you online?
I'm here.
Oh,
Thank you, Dr. Ma.
Looks like you're in the car. Just tell us a little bit about what GFANZ is doing in this region, especially in terms of transition finance related initiatives, please.
Absolutely, and apologies to everyone that I have severely miscalculated travel time in Southwest, so I'm not there yet in person. But so GFANZ, I guess just starting more broadly with what GFANZ is. So we are the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is the world's largest coalition of financial institutions voluntarily committed to net zero, all by at least 2050. And so we have about 675 members or financial institutions that participate globally, and they're in one of 9 different alliances across the financial sector, so representing the banking industry, the insurance industry, the asset management industry, asset owners, et cetera. And each one of these alliances has their own set of criteria that firms independently and voluntarily sign up to. And so GFANZ was established to sort of solve the challenges that exist across financial institutions that want to commit to net zero and really implement those commitments. And so starting in 2021, GFANZ at a global level worked on developing a framework for net zero transition plans, or essentially how could you, as a financial institution, actually turn your commitment to net zero into action to support decarbonization. And I think this actually lines up really well with what Rogerio was saying as well around decarbonization being the ultimate goal here. So GFANZ members, while they have certainly committed in the long term to achieve net zero financed emissions, really what matters is that the projects that they're financing, the companies they're financing, the activities they're investing in, that those are supporting the decarbonization of the real economy in line with science-based pathways. And so in addition to developing sort of a global framework for what a net zero transition plan should look like, GFANZ also introduced a definition of transition finance that is designed to really focus on the whole economy transition. And so this definition has 4 key financing strategies, which are pretty much all encompassing. So it starts with climate solutions. Those are the sort of most obvious things. So, you know, whether it's a pure play renewables investment or another type of investment that directly supports or enables the net zero transition. Then companies that are already aligned with net zero pathways, which today are probably a very small portion of the global economy, but over time that's expected to grow. And then the third and fourth strategies, this is what we'd really call going where the emissions are to finance emissions reduction. And so those are companies that are in the process of aligning with a net zero.
Looks like we lost him.
Fourth would be managed phase out. So, apologies. Can you hear me now?
Ben, are you
Hello?
Still on?
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Please go ahead. We lost you again, so maybe we come back to you a bit later. Can I come back to Natalia again? regarding this ISSB issue. Is Brazil sort of announcing officially that it's adopting ISSB and with a timetable for implementing it on a mandatory basis?
Yes, exactly. I will switch to Portuguese, okay? Sorry. Então, meados do ano passado, a IOSCO, que é a Organização Internacional dos Reguladores do Mercado de Capitais, trabalhou
Capital market regulators, they worked very closely with ISSP and finally recommended that the CVMs around the globe should endorse the IFRS S1 and S2. So the Brazilian CVM understood that it would be just natural to endorse these rules. We're now in a position where we have to mitigate greenwashing risks and give transparency to the information provided, increase the level of confidence of investors. So we understood that that was a step that we had to take. So we found out that was the right moment for us to do that. And at the end of last year, we published Resolution 193 that provides a roadmap or a work stream for the adoption and internalization of international rules into the Brazilian framework. So this standard 193 says that after year 2024, the rules for the elaboration and production of sustainability and climate reports will be voluntary for open companies, investment funds, and securities companies. So initially, we defined that they're going to adopt the rules in English until the convergence process has been finished, so that in 2026, the mandatory adoption of the rules will start, but only for open companies. For the other companies, the adoption will continue to be voluntary. So we thought that we should start with this voluntary adoption because that would be the right time for us to unlock the mechanism and collect experiences from the shareholders in the market. We wanted to hear from them about the difficulties they were having in adopting the standards. So during this voluntary period, that's what we're going to work on learning and capacity building. The standard has already been translated by our partners, so very soon this translated rule will be brought to a public consultation process, and once this process is completed, these standards will be integrated into the Brazilian regulatory framework. We'll also carry out a regulatory impacts analysis, and between 2024 and 2026, that's what we're going to work on, what we call towards the full convergence of the international standards with a public consultation and a regulatory impact analysis. And then we'll find out what needs to be adapted, if the voluntary adoption phase should be extended or not, and if companies are prepared or not, their level of difficulty and the difficulties they're facing and how we can help them. We know that this is a difficult process and the companies need to adapt systems, procedures, internal controls, which is something that doesn't happen overnight. And that is why the voluntary adoption timeframe is so important, so that the companies can start taking action and think about any enhancements that need to be made to be fully compliant with the international S1 and S2 rules. If everything goes well, as of 2026, we'll have the mandatory adoption of these rules in Brazil.
Thank you. Now in China, we're also doing the consultation, asking the companies where you think you can do that within so many years. I think there's a natural bias. The guy you ask is the sort of victim of the regulation. The other departments of the company actually are beneficiaries And the victim is typically the CFO, which has to do with all these accounting, financial reporting. But now you add a job to him, saying that you have to do ESG, sustainability reporting, without giving you new people, new budget, and you have to do a second job. So this guy is always complaining. You know, I cannot do it, I don't have manpower, I don't have connection with other departments, and they don't cooperate with me, so it's very difficult. But in fact, the better ESG reporting is going to benefit the whole company, many, many other departments. You know, the company can sell more goods in the international market. The company will probably, you know, get some financial incentive from the government because they fulfill the government, you know, decarbonization, you know, objectives, and the company may get a cheaper financing, you know, from other sources. So there's an asymmetry between the guy who answered your question and the actual benefit that the company gets. That's my comment number one. Secondly, I think a lot of companies say no because they have never seen another company in the same sector, in the same country, has done this. They only read the documents saying, you know, all these are very new, it's unfamiliar, and that's why I cannot do it. But if you tell them the same sector has another company next to you has done it already, then substantially reduce the perceived cost or difficulty. That's why capacity building is so important, you know, during a demonstration project.
Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, now let me move back a little bit to the taxonomy topic, which I asked Roger on this common taxonomy in the region. And I'm not sure if Sheila, you have any view on the regional sort of consolidation, convergence of taxonomy in Latin America?
Sim, em português, please. A gente tem visto movimento bastante.
Well, we've been seeing a very fast action by Latin American countries in terms of seeking the development of their taxonomies. Colombia, for instance, launched their taxonomy in 2022. They were the first in the Americas to launch their taxonomy. It was a green taxonomy. And just as with every other taxonomy, they tried to define what was green or not in their country to facilitate the understanding of investors and for them to attract more capital and, of course, avoid greenwashing. But this definition of what is green and what is not green is very important for any country. So Colombia designed their taxonomy based on a survey made by an agency under the umbrella of the Ministry of Finance. And they did that survey among the market players, asking what was missing for the finance market be effectively developed in Colombia. And the answer was that there was a lack of standardization with clear-cut rules and monitoring of what was being invested and which projects were underway in the country. So based on that discussion, they created discussion groups, and the initiative developed the taxonomy, which was effectively launched in 2022. So it includes a few key sectors for the Colombian economy, but we can see with the development plan of Brazilian or Mexican taxonomy that sectors in Latin America are quite similar. There's agriculture, cattle raising, soil management, water management, energy, transportation, construction, circular economy, pollution prevention. I mean, they're all quite similar if you consider the ones that were already launched and the ones that are underway. So, following the lead of Colombia, last year, Mexico also launched their national taxonomy with a component that's quite innovative. For the first time in the world, they brought a social aspect into the taxonomy. And Mexico approached the gender equality aspect, which is very important for the Mexican economy. Many families are led by women. Also, financial inclusion was an important aspect, and the development of sustainable cities with access to basic healthcare and education services. So the goals are bringing clarity to the market, but they also added this innovative component. And with Brazil, with the launch of the National Taxonomy Plan, we can say that it was highly inspired by the existing taxonomy in Europe, Colombia, and Mexico, but it also added this new component, as Matias said, in that it included social aspects not only linked to gender, but also race, and also
acesso socioeconômico, enfim, desenvolvimento de
social
trabalho.
economic access, labor development, and social disparities across the Brazilian regions. It's a huge country. So each taxonomy that's created brings with it a new component, we could say that, which is in line with local reality, or as we used to say, it's tropicalized for our reality in the region. But we've been seeing several other countries that are also developing plans for their taxonomies. Costa Rica, Chile, Panama, Guatemala, Peru, all of them are working towards developing their own taxonomy. And I believe that it's a regional movement that intends to strengthen and attract the attention of investors to the region. We have a very specific sectors that require investment. In Brazil, climate bonds has been working for many years with agriculture. Everything that we discussed today, how hard it is to bring this information to the end users and to offer these financial tools to those individuals that really need access to funds. That's something that we've been raising awareness about. And I think that taxonomy is here to consolidate the understanding of the market, the understanding of investors, and what we have in the region in terms of projects. At Climate Bonds, we do lots of studies. As I said, there was a specific study to identify opportunities in the agricultural sector in Brazil a few years ago, and we identified that there were projects in the amount of $160 billion with no investors. So we need to offer this connection. So this initiative by the Brazilian government in launching taxonomy, especially now that the global eyes have turned to us because the next year's COP will be here, is very timely.
Is that
Margin.
Ben? Yeah, okay, you're back. Yeah, please continue your remarks.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry about that. So I think I had walked through the four financing strategies that GFANZ has developed, and the fourth was just managed phase out. So phasing out, finding ways to phase out assets that are no longer viable in a net zero pathway. And so with those four financing strategies, financial institutions have sort of a roadmap of what in a very sort of principles-based way, what are the different ways that you can finance companies or in the projects or entities in line with net zero transition goals. But the challenge is actually taking those down to a regional level. And so GFANZ has introduced regional networks, we call them. So one in Asia Pacific, one in Africa, and just last year we launched one in Latin America. And then in certain countries, we've also brought in country chapters. And in just 2 months ago in Brazil, we launched our Brazil country chapter. And these groups are really focused on actually addressing how do you think about transition finance in a local context, with the key challenge being around what are the local pathways for net zero that are in line with science. And so I think this is not something that's been answered, that we're sort of working through this over time. But by bringing together the relevant institutions to think through what are the relevant pathways for key sectors within the regional specific context, you really can start to think through, okay, how do we take these global definitions and apply them in a regional context? Pause there.
All right, thank you very much, Ben. Now, I'd like to come back a little bit on the regional taxonomy idea. Sheila, you said Colombia has taxonomy, Mexico has taxonomy, Brazil is about to have a taxonomy, and many other 5 or 6 other Latin American countries will do their taxonomy. In fact, globally, I had my team counted, there are 75 countries either have taxonomy or will have taxonomy very soon. And eventually we have probably 200 taxonomies at the country level, authority sort of author taxonomy, and there are 200 more taxonomy which are done by the private sector, including the CBI taxonomy, insurance company, pension funds, banks, they have all kind of taxonomy. So if we have 400 taxonomy in the world, 400 different definitions of green, it will create a lot of problems. Market segmentation, your green bond may not be traded in the other market, and transaction cost, if you want to trade in both markets, you have to do double verification and probably end up with some risk of greenwashing. I will pick the lowest standard to label my green activity. So how do we deal with that issue? It's the idea of a common ground taxonomy, which we started discussing between China and Europe 4 years ago. And now it's working. I've been the co-chair of this common ground taxonomy working group, jointly co-chairing with the European DG Fiscal. And the common ground taxonomy was out and now has 72 activities that's recognized both by China and EU. And we have a lot of Chinese issuers now issuing green bonds. Oh, you're here.
Ben is here.
Okay. So back to this common ground taxonomy, it's now being used by actual market participants because they issue green bonds labeled with common ground taxonomy, then the European investors will buy them. And so I'm thinking about the similar strategy, maybe for Latin America, if the 10 countries can come together and do what I call a common ground taxonomy, the Latin American version. And that's an overlapping portion of the 10 different taxonomy. Our experience is that between China and Europe, maybe 80% is the same. You take the 80%, and that's a common taxonomy, which can be used for cross-border transactions. If there are 80% common elements among the 10 taxonomy in the region, then you can take it out and create a common taxonomy. Then it can facilitate cross-border capital flows. I don't need reactions immediately, but it's just a food for thought.
Can I react, Mahjong?
Yes, please.
I think this is a very important topic that you're raising, particularly now in Brazil. I think there's an impression in Brazil, and correct me if I'm wrong, that taxonomy is what we wish to see as the decarbonization path of our countries, of our companies, and so on. I think we should have a more pragmatic view, and I think China, again, with the common ground taxonomy discussion in the EU, has shown a more pragmatic view of that. Everybody wants to decarbonize, but we have to decarbonize in a way that benefits, also benefits the people in the countries that are being decarbonized, right? So you have to use the taxonomy to have a conversation with the actors that really matter in decarbonizing as fast as you can, but also bring as much benefit as you can to the economy and the people and the investors in the country. In that case, for instance, if you look at Latin America and the Caribbean, we have interests that a very important interest in continue to maintain the partnership with Europe, with East Asia, and with the United States, in trading, in agriculture, but also in technology and so on. So the taxonomy we should not try to develop our own taxonomy according to what we wish for Brazil itself, but as a tool to communicate with the actors, both in trade and investments, internationally and nationally, that really will bring the best benefit for the country. And I think, again, I mean, if you look at common ground taxonomy that you have put together with Europe, or you try to put together with Europe, it sets an example as an example of how to be pragmatic in development taxonomy, but also thinking about a sound path to decarbonization that brings benefits and when it comes to trade, investment, so on. So that was my point that I think what you raised, and I think it's really important for Brazilians to know.
Thank you very much. We still have a few minutes, but I think we should open up for questions from the audience to any of our speakers here. Or comments, if you don't have questions.
Perhaps, if I could complement something, Majum. I will switch to Portuguese again. Acho que uma das grandes preocupações
One of our big concerns when talking about taxonomy is exactly the alignment with what already exists, what's going to be launched, and how this can be interoperable. So we have more than 200 taxonomies on the whole world in the future. So, of course, we have studies to compare, and I think they need to be interoperable, but UNEP launched one taxonomy for Latin America and Caribbean to align all the taxonomies so they can have a shared prosperity. But beyond this common grounds, we also launched last year a study of comparability of taxonomy of European Union and Colombia, and in partnership with your institute, we did a harmonization of the criteria for agriculture between China and Brazil to see the policies. What can we do based on China's taxonomy? Because we see that's a bit different than the structure we have here in Brazil. But what can we have in terms of alignment? Because this is a sector with a huge international flow. So what's considered green in China? What can we consider green in Brazil too? How can public policies foster this international commerce in the sustainable development? So I think there are some initiatives to compare this taxonomy. All the governments that are developing this are on board to understand what exists, what can be used. And this is a recommendation we also brought to the Brazilian government, and that is going to be considered while developing the national taxonomy. But it's very important that these rules, these guidelines are aligned, and then we have a uniformity of the understanding, so a common understanding of the taxonomy, and all possible users need to be part and need to be able to use this instrument. And this is something we discuss, and this has been launched in the study. How can we bring small producers, and we talk about them many times today. So this need to address all users. How can we make this reach the small producers, the users of the tool? So we have some challenges still to overcome, to find a way, a solution. So then taxonomy is not only an instrument to say, yes, we're going to fight greenwashing, but it should be something that makes a difference, that has an impact on the market.
Yeah, I guess this leads to a discussion how to create a two-way trade flows between China and Brazil. For example, China should buy more green agriculture products from Brazil, and Brazil may want to buy more Chinese green manufactured products. And it may not be entirely a taxonomy issue. It's a trade-related basket of products, but we can label them as green and mutually giving them, the other side the favorable, trade policy treatment. I think that might be the way to go. But anyway, let's give maybe just a few minutes for other speakers. Yeah, Luciana.
I think now I switch to Portuguese to go deeper. We've been working for a long time in the taxonomy topic, and we have some complementary and maybe interesting and valuable perspectives on the topic. Enfim, o tema das taxonomias é tema da agenda.
Topic of taxonomies is a regulation topic. This is in our regulation agenda, ESG agenda, and that is interdisciplinary for investments, for insurance in some countries. Banking sector and insurance sector are the same. And this is a topic that is quite new. It was brought the first time on the Green Finance Group of G20 2016. Today it's a Sustainable Finance Working Group, and we have some professor of Zurich University. They participated, and the European Union was the first big market to adopt this agenda as soon as they launched their strategy of sustainable finance in 2016. And this is relatively new. If we think that 1992, this topic started to be discussed in a global level, the agenda, social, environmental agenda, and without the importance of climate. And I think this is a topic that is not mature, so far away. And when I take part in this debate, when we talk about the common taxonomy, this is okay, this is important, this is legit, but I'm worried to standardize something that is not mature. And in fact, the goal is to change the flow of capital markets. So we want to change all these actions that brought us to this climate crisis, to this social inequalities. So we want to change the rules of the games. We want to finance mitigation, climate change, the protection of the natural capital we depend on, and to reduce more and more the inequalities and have shared prosperity. So this is the final instrument, taxonomy. And I see a lot of value in the initiative of European Union. This what they did in this historic moment, using their experience. I think they inspired a lot of regulators worldwide, but I also see a lot of structural limitations, and this is important for me. The first of all is just to segregate environmental goals. So here, Latin America is the best. How can we have a project that has climate benefits and biodiversity? So, and that's what Europe wants. So you can classify in climate or biodiversity or mitigation. But we have projects, they can benefit, for example, the restoration of mangroves. So if we think about a project to depollute the coastal area, so we have benefits against pollution, that's separate. We have also the adaptation because mangroves, they help in climate. We have the carbon sink. We have also the benefits for diversity. It's very important for the marine ecosystems. We have also economical benefits because the fishing and many situation. And we cannot really put this into boxes, and that's a structural difficulty. And thinking about everything that has been done since the 90s, is we should use the FC standards, and they were already included, and AFDs also building something very robust, and CBI, climate agenda, and science-based targets initiatives. We use them all. We should identify all the KPIs for climate, environmental, socioeconomic, and we should separate these in sectors and projects, and we just need to for example, the energy is different in the sector with a lot of energy and less energy. So you need to classify, and you can define this in a scheme that CPI created. So you need to classify the company. You cannot know beforehand if a sector is green or yellow or red without measuring all the concrete KPIs of this project. So it's also very important and goes still beyond. So let's try to improve what already exists. So I think it's important to see that there are many shades of green. So one for mitigation and adaptation, and biodiversity. You need to see, and this has been done in Colombia for the agriculture. So basic, intermediate, and advanced. So if we see sectors like mining, for some mines, so we have strategic mining, as if all ores were strategic. So here we have a lot of risks. We have negative social and climate impacts that are very high, a lot of rain, and so we need to measure all the indications, the positive and negative impacts. We need to see the localization, so then we can classify a certain activity as green, intermediate green, and dark green, and red, and yellow. So Brazil wants to put mining also because that's the second important, most important commodity. Is very important in terms of jobs. Perhaps they're going to suggest this, and perhaps they want to try this for mining, as Colombia did it with the agriculture. So Brazil could do this with mining, because most the biggest tragedies happened in the mining. So then we could do a complete mapping, red and yellow and green, and some projects probably could be classified as green and others are red. So we have projects with a lot of risk, climate risks, environmental and social risks. So we need a taxonomy that shows the reality of the economy, and only we need to scale up green investments. And to have this capital, we really need to put a stamp on red activities, the activities that are causing damages and increasing our risks. Has been done in South Asia, and we can really make our contribution. And Brazil has included a lot of indications, also the social situation. So the agenda is not only a climate agenda, but the urgencies here in Latin America and most of the continents are biodiversity and social.
So that's my contribution. And of course, we are fully available to help if possible. We've sent indicators to 5 sectors, and we'll do it for another 10. Thank you.
So let me ask Ben if you have a final word.
Sure, and I think just on the topic of taxonomies, I guess the way GFANZ has sort of thought about taxonomies historically, starting with where they first emerged, I guess, was just the focus on green finance potentially ignored the necessity for scaling transition finance, and that, you know, even though there's a large amount of greens, you know, what you could call green, which we would call climate solutions or companies that are already aligned. There's a large amount of finance needed in those sectors. There's an even larger amount that's needed in the sectors that must transition. And so I think as we've started to see I think in the Common Ground taxonomy, but also as well in Southeast Asia through the ASEAN taxonomy, this increasing focus on how can we integrate transition considerations into taxonomy design, I think is starting to hopefully unlock more finance going towards those sectors. I think the challenge is ensuring that we're doing this in a forward-looking way, right? If we're only basing what a transitioning company is based on the historic performance of that company, then we're not actually really thinking about are we actually supporting the activities that are likely to reduce the greatest amount of emissions moving forward? And so I think it's kind of a tension, but it comes back to, at the end of the day, transition plans, right? If you don't have companies that have put out transition plans that everybody can look at and, you know, as a core element of climate disclosures that everybody can assess and determine the extent to which a company is in the process of aligning, is changing their business model, is changing their CapEx in line with a transition trajectory, then it's going to be really hard to do this in a forward-looking way. So this sort of the combination of transition plans and a transition enabling taxonomy we see as very, very important. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Right. I think now in the traditional defined green sustainable finance, we tend to use taxonomy to label these activities, and these are what we now recognize as a pure green activities, or activities with very low emission, close to net zero. That's easier to define with the green taxonomy. But for transition activities, I think the new thinking that it converged towards a transition taxonomy plus the requirement for companies to do transition planning. And it's a combination of taxonomy and the principle-based approach. That's going to be the way to do. Because transition itself is very complex. You need to know the technical pathways. And these pathways, maybe 100 of them in different carbon-intensive sectors, can be listed in a table, which will reduce the cost of searching these technologies. But at the same time, you need to make sure the company itself has credible plan for short-term, medium-term, long-term, you know, carbon reduction. And that's the sort of emerging approach in some of the places, including, I think, a lot of Asian countries are working towards the transition taxonomy. Okay.
So let's everybody listen.
English because
yeah, I will do that. Well, you gave such so many amazing examples on the Chinese experience due to the immense challenges that China has in the climate and environmental transition, right? But I would like to know if there was, or it's planned to happen in China, any integration of climate, environmental incentives into taxation. Because one of the things we think taxonomy is not only in Brazil, but elsewhere has a potential, is to be used for taxation purpose as well. Do you have something similar in China?
Tax incentives and government subsidies have been used to encourage green activity long ago, way before we started green finance. In fact, when I was leading the drafting of the green finance guideline, I said the government should come up with a green industrial fund to support the green activities. Then the Minister of Finance said, we have so many, allocations already for green activities, some for energy saving, some for, low carbon transportation, and we don't need to create a new fund. We just consolidate the different schemes into one piece, and we relabel that as a fund. So it started a long, long time ago, different hundreds of kinds of fiscal allocations now that support green. I think we need to wrap up this session. Maybe just a short summary of what's been discussed. We all highlighted the importance of a taxonomy, disclosure. We need some incentives, and we need transition planning, especially for the transition part of the financing. But the key is how to coordinate all different elements. The coordination should be done, I think, between different ministries, and should be done between the private sector and public sector. And also, I think the private sector needs to organize themselves. We have seen in many countries too many NGOs, each one try to produce something, either a taxonomy or disclosure principle or some tools, and becoming a very complicated landscape. So in that sense, I think private sector itself and NGO themselves need to be coordinated in some way to reduce the cost of the users. Instead of searching too many methodologies and approaches and principles, can they converge themselves into something that's operable? That's a short summary of this panel discussion. And let's give our panelists a round of applause for their great insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's do a photo, and then we'll go out for the breakout session.
Vamos fazer uma foto, então? One pictures. O registro dessa mesa.
Okay, so let's take a group photo.
Bom, obrigada pelos panelistas aqui presentes. Teremos
I'd like
agora
to
uma...
thank the panelists, and now we'll initiate another breakout session. We're going to have 30 minutes for the initial discussions and be back after that with the reports of what each table discussed.
I think to make it efficient, we consolidate some of the tables. Because some of the tables have too fewer people. Can you guys converge? And make sure each table have more than 5 people, so we can do it more quickly. And the questions for breakout discussion are 3. Number 1, can you choose one enabling condition. I think it's actually one of the 5 elements of the framework that you think is important. And secondly, which area you think capacity building is most needed, where you think it's very weak and we need help. And finally, you can summarize your conclusion into 3 problems and 3 solutions in building the sustainable finance framework. So can you now decide which group you are joining? Okay, we have 2 groups here, and 1 group in the middle, 1 group there, and 1 group there. So we consider these 6 groups. Yeah, let's give you, I think, make it shorter, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we ask the representative to come and report. Let's get started.
that we spoke a little was the capacity to plan, including the government signaling. So first, we have little capacity to create major projects. The ecological transformation plan not being a whole text, it's an instance of that. But also the little capacity to create projects that are aligned with more national strategy, even though the technological pathways are more or less defined, as Brazil knows its capacity to propose solutions not only through NBS, but also through technologies as biofuels and other solutions that are intrinsically or Brazilian or for the region. So I think those were the three. Oh, and also the aspect of the political context that we mentioned, what was said today about the ESG being polarized and how we have to face this new aspect of political aspects being crucial to determine to influence the agent's position towards the agenda. So this also diminishes the capacity to plan in a more long-term perspective.
Thank you, Mattia. Let's get this group.
Hey guys, I'm Julia from TRE, Investindo com Causa. We're an investment in impact company. For the first question, our main understanding was that we need to first understand taxonomy to understand what we are, how green or how brown or how whatever we are. And then for the second aspect, we need to have for capacitations to understand that taxonomy. Because if we have a 600-page document or a 60-page document and we don't know how to read it and we don't know how to enforce it, it doesn't really matter. It's just another dictionary that no one's going to use. So first understand what we are so we can understand how we can be better or how we can be worse. And then understand what we can do, understanding what we are. And then our biggest assets and our biggest, I think they are kind of the same, that are natural resources. The amount of water that we have in this country, in water beds and water nascentes, I don't know the name in English, but I think we're even a little bit spoiled because we don't understand how bad it can actually be. And then we're always, oh, Brazil is there's so much forests and so much water and that's what we can do. So we didn't link 3, only 1. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we get this table? Have you decided who will be speaking from your table? Nobody? So we will jump to that table.
Yeah, so we have discussed about more the opportunities than the barriers. For barriers, we have chosen land title as an enabling environment problem that it's really a barrier for finance in general and for green finance as well. And also the lack of capacity, which goes to the opportunity in terms of education and capacity building, as was already mentioned. We also discuss about the opportunity to better decision useful information. So there is a lot of information and a lot of data, and it's important to be more like analyze and process so that organization can, do the decisions in a better and informed way. And this is valid for companies, for public policies, and in this sense, like toolboxes or things like that to process the information could help. And we also mentioned as an opportunity the good momentum for Brazil and the Amazon in general. So we understand that we are in a good moment for explore green finance in Brazil. And also the last opportunity to better explore the subnational level, so state or other subnational scale that could be better explored for green finance.
Thank you very much. We cover a lot of grounds on project level, capacity, disclosure, incentive, and technologies, taxonomy and usage of taxonomy, land title, data analysis, and so on. Too many, but I like to react only to 2 points. So one is Mathieu was saying with limited fiscal space, how can you incentivize sustainable finance? I think if you pick one, give subsidy to verification. It's a very small amount. Back 10 years ago in China, we were talking about the verification cost being like 100,000 RMB. Now it's 90% reduction. So a very, very small amount, you can incentivize someone who participates in green finance. And then the question from this table is really about usage of taxonomy. Once the taxonomy is there, and the banks and the project owners probably don't know how to use it, how to label it. And the solution is digital technology. In fact, in some of the Chinese banks, they began to use digital tools to label against the taxonomy automatically. They don't need the people to read the documentation. They read the machine-readable documents, and they pick the information that's needed against the taxonomy, and they put a sticker on green loans automatically. It's not very costly. In fact, it's durable. And we're going to bring some participants from our CASI event to see this bank in China in June this year. And if you're interested, come to our June event, and we'll bring you to the real site to see how they use digital technology to label green loans and green assets automatically. So with that, we wrap up today's last session. And anyone wants to make an announcement for tomorrow? Is that you? Yeah? Okay, thank you once again for staying here for a whole day, and looking forward to seeing you 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yeah.
O que ele disse. Chegamos ao fim do primeiro dia do evento Financiando.
This is the end of our first day of this event, Financing the Green Transition Towards a Low GHG and Climate Resilient Future. Thank you all for your presence. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 9 a.m. and we'll have three theme panels and discussion rounds both in the morning and afternoon. You can check out our agenda on the website. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Good night.